Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting of the Planning and Economic Development Committee of February 11th, 2019 to order. My name is Councillor Paul McPherson. I'm going to be your chair for this evening's meeting. I have a safety notice to share with you first. In the event of an emergency, please evacuate council chambers to the nearest exit through the chamber doors and obey all instructions given by the clerk here in front of us. If assistance is required, please see the clerk. Excuse me. Once you have evacuated the building, please gather in front parking lot outside of Town Hall. And we have no planned emergencies tonight, so if there is an emergency, it's real. Okay, also the Town of Lincoln Committee and Council meetings are posted on YouTube channel, and for those that would like to view any of our council meetings, committee or council, you can find them on YouTube. I would like to thank the public for attending the meeting this evening, and I just want to remind everyone of our rules for engagement. Please be respectful while others are speaking, and please refrain from clapping, cheering, any of those types of things. We'd like to keep this a nice, calm, orderly meeting. Delegations will have 5 minutes to speak and are asked to stay focused on their agenda item. And I would ask that you please silence all of your cellular devices. From a roll call tonight, to my far left, we have Councilors Greg Reimer and Lynn Timmers from Ward 4. We have Councilor Mike Mikulik from Ward 3. We have Mayor Sander Easton. To my far right, we have Councilor Adam Russell and Councilor Diane Regima from Ward 1, and Councilor J.D. Pachariva from Ward 2. Tonight, we are missing Councilor Tony Brunet, who is not feeling well tonight. From a staff, tonight we have several members of senior management staff, and I will just, for the purposes of planning and economic development, I'll point out our staff for the planning department. We have our director of planning, Kathleen Dale. We have our assistant director of planning, Matt Bruder. And we also have with us our manager of special projects, Melissa Shee. And from economic development, we have our economic development officer, Paul Deaney. So again, welcome. Are there any declarations of interest this evening? Seeing none. Tonight, excuse me, we have 3 public hearings this evening. So the purpose of the public meeting is to receive comments from the public and consider questions regarding the Better Neighborhoods, Inc. zoning bylaw amendment information report, the Clamor zoning bylaw amendment application, and the Hunter Cook zoning bylaw amendment application. So please be advised, Section 3412 of the Planning Act requires that before passing an official plan amendment, Council must ensure that sufficient information and material is available to understand generally the proposal being considered, and Council must hold at least one public hearing for the purpose of giving the public an opportunity to make representations regarding the proposed amendment or amendments. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Town of Lincoln before the application is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of Town Council to the local planning appeal tribunal. Personal information is collected under the authority of the Planning Act and may be contained in an appendix to a staff report, published in the meeting agenda, delegation list, and or the minutes of the public meeting, and made part of the public record. The Town of Lincoln collects this information in order to make informed decisions on the relevant issues and to notify interested parties of Council's decisions. It may also be used to serve notice of a local planning appeal tribunal hearing. Names and addresses contained in submitted correspondence and other information will be available to the public unless the individual expressly requests the town to remove their personal information. The disclosure of this information is governed by the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, RSO 1990, CM 56. We stress that at this point, no decision has been made on the application, and council will take any comments received into account in their consideration of these items. There is an attendance list by the door, which we would ask all present to sign if they wish to be notified of council's decision. Members of the public are reminded to give their name and address when they speak. If approved by council, a notice of the items passing will be circulated with an appeal period. And I also would like to mention that we have received correspondence, much of it via email, and those items will also become part of the public record, and council will take these into consideration when putting the final recommendation reports together. Okay? So this evening, we have 4 delegations registered with respect to the first public hearing, which will be the Better Neighborhoods, Inc. zoning bylaw amendment. Please note that each delegation may speak for a maximum of 5 minutes. Our first delegation is Kaylin Holmes and Glenn Barr from Better Homes Development Consultants, speaking to Report PD 09-19, Better Neighborhoods, Inc. zoning bylaw amendment application.
I'm sorry?
When you're speaking, just turn on the mic.
You have to speak up for me.
Oh, I'm sorry. When you're speaking,
Yeah.
turn on the mic here so that the red light is on.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you. Okay.
When you're ready. Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name's Glenn Barr. I'm the senior partner in Better Neighborhoods. And Better Neighborhoods is the designer, and we are processing this file through for North Shore Homes, which is Kevin Neeson. I've got with me today, I've got Kaylin Holmes, which is right, she's right here. She is the planner on the file, and also she's project manager, and we'll be seeing this through to the end. I've also got Kevin Neeson with me, who is the developer and builder, and Kevin will just simply introduce himself. So what we have here is, I don't know whether these have been distributed. They have been distributed. Thank you very much, and anybody in the audience, if you haven't got one, I think there's one available for you. We do that commonly because we find that the electronics sometimes let us down. So we've learned from hard lessons. A little bit of background for this. This property is made up of 3 parcels. There's 2 parcels that front on Victoria Street in Vineland, and they are very deep parcels. And there's one, and what Kevin has done here is he's arranged to purchase the rear portion of those 2 parcels, and he's also purchased a remnant lot on Solera, on Azalea Crescent, to form a parcel which is shaded in on the screen. Now, Kevin will give you an outline of the planning aspects behind it. Kaylin will give you an outline of the planning behind it, as well as the urban design. And she can go ahead right now, Kaylin.
Thank you. Can everyone can hear me okay? Good? Okay. So in considering the location of the site, we're what we call within a 10-minute walk shed of a lot of the amenities and services of Vineland. So we're just outside of the Vineland Central Business Area, and we take access, as Glenn mentioned, from the Azalea Crescent, where the Rittenhouse Estate subdivision is currently in existence. And we have heard from the neighbors that this is a quiet, family-oriented neighborhood. Other amenities and services in proximity include the 20 Valley Public School, the public library, a number of places of worship, bank, pharmacy, hardware store, grocery store, restaurants, and I think a really great bakery as well. So this tells us that it's an ideal setting for infill development of this kind. So you've seen our site plan here. It's roughly 0.59 hectares. And like I said, the entrance is taken from Azalea Crescent. There's 17 principal dwelling units, including 8 bungalows, which are on the end of the townhouse blocks, and the 9 interior units, which are 2-story townhouses. So we've provided 42 parking spaces. 38 is what's required by the zoning. They are in the garages, tandem spaces in the driveways in front of the north side units, and there are 2 spaces curbside next to the entrance from Azalea. I'll note that this exceeds the town's requirement for parking, and there will be at least 4 additional parking spaces on site, depending on the uptake from residents. And we'll get a bit more into parking a little bit later on the presentation, as I understand this is a concern of residents. What we try to do at Better Neighborhoods is design for the pedestrian scale. So in this case, we try and create a sense of enclosure, safety, and interest when people are walking. This includes reduced setbacks of homes from the streets, large street trees, and porches that activate the street. Street trees also help slow vehicles, as well as different types of road geometry. And we also note that we have added pedestrian scale lighting throughout the site to enhance safety. We have right now 40% landscape coverage on the site, and that includes planting areas around the driveway, a mix of shade trees, including deciduous and coniferous trees to provide year-round interest. And the landscaping will also provide new fencing where appropriate and cedars to enhance privacy for existing neighbors. So in designing the site, we are guided by a hierarchy of planning policy, and this is in-depth outlined in planning staff's report, but it includes provincial policy and regional municipal policy as well.
Excuse me, if I may, looks like you've got a lot more to present, and you're
Sure.
getting closer, going past the 5 minutes.
Okay.
How long do you think you need for this?
I can skip through the stuff that has been included in the staff report and get to a couple other items. We are prepared to respond to concerns at this stage or after, if that is the committee's desire.
Well, I can ask council if they
Sure.
would agree to more time for you, if it's within, reasonable time.
Sure.
Can we?
Yep. I don't want to monopolize the time of the public either.
Okay. Well, I think we want to hear some of the things you want to talk about, so
Sure.
can I have a motion to extend the time past the 5 minutes? Mayor Easton? And your favor on that motion? Okay, we are in agreement. Go ahead.
Thank you. So we are guided by this hierarchy of planning policy. I note that the site is within the urban and built-up boundary of Vineland, where a compact form of development is encouraged. And just very quickly, some of the benefits of infill and intensification as outlined by planning policy is that it facilitates the provincial and municipal goals by increasing the housing supply in urban boundaries close to existing services and amenities. It grows the rental housing supply through the provision of accessory dwelling units. And it supports the local economy by adding growth near the Vineland Central Business District and adding to the municipal tax base. Our official plan designation is residential and medium-density residential. So on this site, which is 0.5 hectares, we are permitted between a minimum of 15 and 35 maximum units, and we have proposed 17. So we're just over the minimum permitted by the official plan. And we're here today because we are seeking a zoning bylaw amendment from residential 2 zone, which is on the properties of 3966 and 3978 Victoria Ave, and from the residential 2 zone with a hold on 3987 Azalea Crescent. The proposed development is permitted by and conforms with the official plan, It's also more consistent with the designation of the official plan, which permits townhouse, street townhouse, low-rise apartments, and other forms of multi-unit residential. So I just want to get to something that we're not planning on doing, which is something that we feel is a bit too dense and too high for this site. And we've heard from residents that what they don't want to see is something like Casablanca Boulevard in Grimsby. And we're also not doing kind of monotonous housing form either. We prefer something that's a little bit more diverse and interesting. So these are our proposed building types. They include 4 types of homes: a bungalow with attached garage, 2-story with attached garage, a bungalow with an optional accessory apartment, and 2-story townhouses. And our inspiration is from Village on the 12 in St. Catharines, which provides a lot more character and interest through diverse building materials, color, and landscaping. And I want to note that this will be a condominium tenure. And what that means is that homeowners in this development will own their own lot. Condos make really great neighbors. The homeowners will collectively own and manage the driveway, parking areas, and landscaping. And they will be professionally managed landscaping, garbage collection, parking, rental restrictions, pets, snow removal, and so on. And the long-term maintenance of these properties will be guaranteed by law. So I'll just take a quick moment to introduce Kevin, who is the builder on site from North Shore Homes.
Just briefly to say hello. So I'd be a new face to some of you, but in time to be a familiar face. So I grew up in Vineland. My aspirations of carpentry, then building, and now development. I hope to live out those skill sets of mine as a community member of Vineland. My office is on Victoria Avenue, across from the school. And yeah, hope to work along with you. And that's all. Thanks.
You've been very patient, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the extra time. I'm not sure what your routine is, but we're available to answer questions, and we can respond to comments that arose at the open house the other day, as well as whatever's been sent in.
Very good, okay, and I just want to make it clear, I did see a hand raised in the audience, and this is not a process to answer questions out of the audience. Everybody has an opportunity to speak tonight, so if you choose to speak, you'll get that opportunity, but we're not in the answering of hands raised in the council audience, okay? So, is there any questions from council? Councilor Rinjima.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. I have a question about the hold that's on the one piece of property that there's a hold. So what is the hold for? Can you tell me?
Okay, Ellen, can you answer that question?
So what we've come to understand from staff is that the hold is so that the town can make sure that whoever is intending to develop the site can answer to concerns around infrastructure, servicing, and things like that.
So the hold is to make sure that servicing is provided to the site.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mayor Easton?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Barr, through you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Barr, this little dog's leg that is part of the additional purchase property, can you tell me about that? The dog's leg? There's a little dog tail here on this on this picture here. It's part of the purchased. Beg your pardon?
Well,
It is.
I'm not sure what you mean.
If you would.
My colleagues
maybe-
are telling me it's a road extension. Is that correct, that piece that comes out onto Azalea Crescent?
Yes, it does.
Okay,
That is a remnant lot on Azalea Crescent.
okay. And why did you buy that?
That was for access to the rear property which fronts on Victoria Avenue. The
Okay.
folks that sold their property on Victoria Avenue wish to stay in their in their homes.
Right?
So therefore, access will be taken through Azalea Crescent.
Okay, that's great for you. That red car that's on the north end of the picture there, I've been by there. Is that is that going to be a roadway into the subdivision as well?
No,
That's somebody's driveway?
that's somebody's driveway. That's the parcel, that was part of the parcel, or that was the remnant that's not to be sold of the lot on Victoria. They're just selling the rear of their property to comprise this project.
Okay, so we should understand then that the only access is through Azalea Crescent, and that's the only egress, is that correct?
That's correct.
Wonderful. Okay, now, Mr. Chairman, my second question to Mr. Barr is this. Are you prepared to provide the council and the community with a virtual three-dimensional display of this and the relationship to everything around it before we get too far down the road?
Sure, I guess we could do that for you. Yeah.
Okay, I think that would be very advisable. We have found, Mr. Chairman, through you, that this is an infill. Infill lots are never easy. I'm sure you have the greatest intentions, but the more questions that we can deal with real data and a real sense of what it's going to look like, which is very impossible to get from flat drawing, one-dimensional drawing, would be excellent. So I would ask that, Mr. Chairman, that I know it's not required, but I'm asking that you do it.
We'd be pleased to do that. We also have cross-sections and so forth.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Timmers?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to the delegation. My question was also on the access, but also I have another question. Is it possible to have an entrance or exit onto Victoria Avenue?
Well, first of all, the owners of the two properties don't want that. They've only wanted to sell the rear portion. In addition to that, we were surprised that the region would resist having access onto Victoria Avenue. As part of our earlier planning process, that what we call the pre-consideration, region advised that they would not permit access to Victoria Avenue.
Okay. Another question I have regarding this lane, this roadway, which appears extremely narrow. So if there is an emergency vehicle that needs to come in there, is there enough room for an emergency vehicle to turn around? Are they going to pull all the way into the end and have to back out?
The emergency, first of all, we've vetted this with your fire prevention office, and we've already gone through this, and so the end result was that we needed a 6 meter wide laneway as shown on the site plan, and we are. Do you have that, Kaylin? Could you show? We've got a little diagram here showing the fire arrangement. There we are. The lane in pink is the fire route, and the areas outlined in red will have sprinkler systems. There are certain rules in the fire code and in the Ontario Building Code to provide for this, and we fulfill those requirements.
Okay. So can the fire truck turn around, or does it have to back out?
Fire truck, well, if there's an empty parking space, they would probably turn around with about a 5-point turn. So, no, they'll have to back out. Likely have to back out if it's the big fire truck, yes.
Okay. I do have more questions. Is that okay? I ask
Sure.
one more question?
Please, go ahead.
Okay, I just need a breakdown of the units again. So there's 17 townhouses.
There's 17 townhouses.
And-
8 of them have attached garages.
Okay,
9 of them have outside parking. Each of those 9 have 2 parking spaces each, so that they can park side by side. So Mr. and Mrs. don't have to move their car in order to use their car, okay? And in addition to that, if necessary, we have 4 of the units, the 4 end units on the north side have the opportunity to have an accessory dwelling unit in the lower level. So what we're doing is we're providing an opportunity for someone to have an accessory dwelling unit in 4 of the units, whereby they will rent out a space within their own home, and that will help them pay for their mortgage and for their housing costs. In addition to that, we provide a little bit of affordable housing for the village.
So in the 4 accessory buildings,
Accessory, they're called accessory dwelling
Accessory
units. Yes,
dwellings?
yes.
there could be possibly 4 vehicles?
There could be
To
4
one of
vehicles.
those
There
units.
Possibly could be 4 vehicles for those,
And
yes.
how many parking spots do they have?
We have one parking spot
One
for
parking
each
spot
one, yeah,
For each one?
yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
And if I may, just on top of that, there's 4 additional parking spaces that's reserved for visitors. And we may end up having more visitor parking depending on how many people take the units with the accessory dwelling units, or whether they want the ones with the accessory dwelling units. And the condominium corporation will manage all of the parking on the site as is normal.
Thank you.
Councillor Michalak.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the presenter. Just a quick question. Is there a sidewalk proposed for this development going in and out of the development to Azalea?
No. As a matter of fact, we've inside of our own firm, we've had debates in recent months about when do we put sidewalks in and when do we not put sidewalks in. And for instance, you can go through the scale. You can say, well, an individual home doesn't have a sidewalk, of course. It has a driveway and people use their driveway. You go up to 5 units, you go to 10 units. Where does it cut off, okay? The answer that I've come to at the moment is that we've done, I've done probably hundreds of projects, not similar to this, but similar along the same lines. And what I think we find, the answer to that is that they work fine with about 20 units, we find. And you've got several of them, as a matter of fact, right here in Vineland. And we don't hear of any reported problems with the conflict between cars and sidewalks. So therefore, we're finding that it works just fine for up to perhaps 20 or 25 townhouses. And in a condominium, what happens is that there's a lot of peer pressure that is generated within a condominium. The condominium itself does a control of how people react with their cars. People are careful, and they generally give a right-of-way for the people that are walking, especially their neighbors. So therefore, we find that within condominiums, traffic is pretty calm and rare that you have a potential conflict. So we're comfortable with the arrangement because, in effect, that parking area would be a shared pedestrian and vehicular area.
Does wheelchairs ever play into this methodology? Like if I was a handicapped citizen buying one of those units, and I was in a wheelchair, and I'd like to buy one of these bungalows, and I would have to use my wheelchair on the road, and then where's the sidewalk run on Azalea? Is it on the
Our side of
on the
the
far side? So
That's
then I would
right.
have to cross over
Yes.
to get to a wheel. If I was in a wheelchair,
Yeah, you know what?
I
you
would
just,
prefer to be off the street.
Yeah, you know what? I just thought of something. That's a very good point. I think we probably need a piece of sidewalk from the sidewalk that's on the other side of Azalea across the curb so that they can go down the driveway into this condominium. Within the condominium, we will accommodate anybody that has a wheelchair.
And then further, I can't really see the numbers. How wide is that entranceway?
6 meters wide, 20 feet wide,
20 feet?
yeah.
And that's a standard width for a,
That's a standard width for a
Development of this
fire
size.
lane. I normally recommend something that is 5.5 meters or 18 feet wide. And the reason for that is we advocate the narrower the better, so that you slow people down, because we find that drivers psychologically will slow down if their cars are threatened. And if we find that what we need is narrow lanes, trees overhanging the street, pedestrian scale lighting, that kind of thing, we find is a very good inducement for slowing people down and having them take more responsibility.
So that little jog, that little, you know, I see the highlighted in red, that little piece to the east, that's more or less somewhere to pull off to the side when somebody is approaching? Can two trucks pass each other?
Absolutely.
Okay, so it is wide enough for two trucks
Oh,
to pass each other?
absolutely, yeah,
Okay.
no. Trucks are typically 2.5 meters wide, and this is 6 meters, so there's lots of room for 2 trucks to pass.
Okay, and then, I'm not sure if you would know this question. What is the, am I allowed to ask? What is the size of the parking spaces?
Uh,
The length and width?
2.5 meters by 5.5 meters, sorry. 9 feet by 18,
9 by 18?
9 by 18.
So if I'm driving a four-door Chevy Silverado or an F-350 Platinum four-door, that's going to be a 25-foot truck.
It's a 20-foot truck, it's not a 25-foot truck.
The full four,
Well,
I can check
I
that.
would suggest you keep it on the construction site.
But my concern is can cars pass, you know, through?
Yes. We have,
can they
it's
back-
interesting, we have that question frequently, and we find that what happens is that there's the odd person that will come in and want to bring their big truck in. There's no question about that. But for the most part, we find that people that live in condominiums have normal-sized sedans and the smaller pickup trucks and so on. We find that it just isn't a problem. At one time, we were advocating 8-foot wide garage doors in order to minimize the use of those big trucks, and we've done that, in fact, in Village on the 12. We have 8-foot wide garage doors that are mandatory there. But now we've gone to 9-foot wide garage door because we find that even on a sedan, the mirrors seem to be poking out a little further than they used to on the sedan. So 9-foot garage door, 9-foot driveway, 9-foot seems to be a very comfortable width. And a lot of towns are going to narrower parking spaces, 2.6 meters. But in this case, we've used 2.75 or 9 feet.
Okay, and then one final question. The proposed development is 17 units, and then with a possible 4 accessory.
Possible 4 accessory dwelling units, that's
Bringing
right.
it to 21.
Could be as many as 21 units, yes. I'm not sure whether the accessory dwelling units are considered units, quite frankly. I don't know from a technical point of view, but nevertheless, the fact is 17 townhouses plus a potential of 4 accessory dwelling units. That's right.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Councillor Pachariva.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Just a couple questions, because a bunch of mine had already been answered, but who do you foresee your clientele being? Because there's a mix of 2-story and a mix of bungalows.
That's part of the reason for doing a mix of 4 different types of houses, okay? And some of the other projects that you've seen around not only Vineland, but also Beamsville and actually Jordan as well, and that is that the units, they're all very similar. They're aimed at one particular market. We like to, in our design philosophy, we like to mix them up into several types, as many as we can, within reason from a construction point of view. So we will have the standard empty nesters who want a bungalow. We will have what we'll call the active near retirees that are quite happy to have a 2-story home. We will also have, hopefully, 4 people that will purchase a bungalow with an accessory dwelling unit as well. So we'll have a range of people, and in a small town, especially a town we find in a small town like Vineland, you have a variety. We have a small market of made up of many different people, and so we find that it fits the market really well. In addition to that, the 4 types of dwelling units makes the architecture more interesting. And what we try to do is we try to give a feeling that, in effect, in Village on the 12, as a matter of fact, what we have, the best accolades we can have is that people can go around and they go around this place and they say, well, I thought those were detached homes. And so we try to accommodate that or accomplish that if we can possibly do so.
Okay. And then just another question, Mr. Chairman, if I may. There was talk in the staff report of a connection to Rittenhouse Park. Is that, but I don't see it on the diagram. Is
No,
that?
we would like to have a connection, a walkway connection through over to the pathway in Rittenhouse. And Kevin's quite willing to install that walkway if the town would so agree.
Okay, because I mean, you were talking mix of homes, so I mean, the 2 stories, you know, envision a family there, the kids are gonna wanna go to school.
Sure.
So you're gonna want to access that 10-minute walking shed. And then that was kind of where I was going with that. If you envision them more, as the population ages, they'd be looking more at bungalows with the accessory dwelling, you know, which might cut down on the number of units.
Here's the dilemma with the monoculture of housing forms is a suburban phenomenon, okay? You build a whole street of one type of housing, and in fact, what happens is that it's not sustainable because everybody on the street buys for the same reason. And then a generation later, you find that first of all, a lot of those people move, and you've got to find somebody in the same lifestyle. And in order to make it more sustainable and have more of a variety of people on the street, have more life on the street, what we try to do is we try to mix it up and add a variety.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the presenter. My concerns are, again, like many others, are with the parking and potential overflow. So my first question is, when I'm looking at the diagram, it looks like it's a 5.5 to 6 meter length for the parking spaces, I think. But I also see a curb, a parking curb in there as well. So what's the distance from the curb where the bumper would be to the back of the spot?
And what we do is we put a precast curb in to stop the cars that are parking in those spaces from overhanging on the sidewalk in front of them. So that curb is put in, would stop the front wheels, and yet the overhang of the front of the car wouldn't overhang the sidewalk. So it doesn't affect the length of the parking space at all.
Ideally, yes. Again, I've seen, and again, my own family included, oftentimes they don't necessarily bring their tires right to the curb. They'll bring the front of their car to the curb. And again, it just creates more excess to hang out, which then, again, creates some issues with the driving. Again, if you had a minivan in there, and if you just parked the front right at the curb, you're gonna be out 4 feet into that laneway.
We have to remember that, first of all, that hasn't been my experience, okay? And I've been involved with this for a long time. But not only that, but because it's condominium, and condominiums are self-regulating, what happens is that somebody is routinely parking so that they're overhanging the fire lane, okay? First of all, I'm not sure whether your bylaw officer may get after them, but if not, certainly the condominium corporation would, okay, on a regular basis. So you wouldn't, quite frankly, you don't want a better neighbor than a condominium corporation, because the condominium corporation, as I say, self-regulates in addition to the town's regulations.
Good point, okay. So my other question would be, with overflow parking, we've seen in Lincoln Square where there's, again, condensed parking similar to this. On weekends in particular, if there's a family event, party, anything where somebody might have 3 or 4 visitors, or 2 families might have 3 or 4 visitors, it's the only place for them to go here is on Azalea.
Well, we have that dilemma with every house we ever build, okay? And for instance, what I find is that within a condominium, people get to know one another. And so you've got, first of all, we have 4 dedicated visitor parking spaces. There could be more dedicated visitor parking spaces. We usually go on a route, on a 1 per 4 for a visitor, for a dedicated visitor parking. We find that works pretty well. In fact, what really happens within condominiums, people get to know one another and they say, oh, okay, it's Easter Sunday. Easter Sunday, by the way, is the busiest parking area, busiest parking day in all of the year. We're having a dinner party. Can we park our visitors in your space, your extra space? And that's really what happens in life. And so you've got the 4 visitor parking spaces, plus you have within the condominium interaction between the various owners. Okay?
So would the residents on Azalea that are near the entranceway into this unit, would they deal with the condominium corporation if they have issues and complaints?
That's right. Yes, yes. And by the way, we also have market pressures. Somebody that buys one of these homes understands what they're buying. And so they know that they're buying a 2-story home with 2 parking spaces in front, and they are going to be restricted from time to time for having big parties. And it's nothing more complicated than that.
In an ideal world, that I believe that's the intent, but again, in reality, and we've seen it in town here, it's not something that happens on a regular basis, and we find that overflow parking becomes a nuisance. And even when people have a driveway with a garage, the garage gets filled with clutter, life, and all of a sudden that second car is on the road, and then everybody's second car is on the road, and every car is now in front of everything.
Yes.
It's just one of the realities of.
Yes, it is,
life.
and I find that that happens more often in freehold conditions than it does condominium. And it has not been my experience where it's been a problem. I've been doing this for over 50 years and done several hundred of these. So I'm not aware of one in which I've been involved where there has been a problem with a spillover in this case, like such as this.
Thank you.
Okay, a couple of very quick questions from me, and I'm gonna be on the parking topic. So, and I will say, this is a unique design. I have personally not seen this type of design in the condominium developments that have come over the last 4 years, where you've got this parking arrangement that, like you do on the north side. So are the reserved parking spots marked reserved? And the visitor parking spots are marked visitor?
Yes.
Okay. And you're gonna have to help me with the math here, because I've counted this thing up 4 or 5 times and I still don't get it. So the units that are on the north side that could possibly have 4 cars each,
Visitors, the people on the
Well,
north side would have
hang
2
on.
cars.
So you've got potentially 2 families living in that same unit, correct?
The accessory dwelling unit typically is, it's typically around 650 square feet, 1 bedroom, sometimes a 2nd bedroom, but
So
typically
you got 2
they're small.
families. So potentially, you've got 4 cars. Potentially. So in that situation, you've got, and again, I counted as many as and I hope I counted this correctly, 24 spots across the north side. And if we had 4 cars in those 4 units and then 2 cars each of the other 4 units, we need 26 spots.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, that's not correct, okay? Because of the
Okay,
condominium.
that's why I said help me with the math.
Yeah, because of the condominium rules, that 1 unit could not have 4 cars. It's as simple as that. They can have 3, but they can't have 4, okay?
In the condominium rules.
Because of the condominium rules, that's correct. Condominiums are self-regulating, and we can put in the declaration whatever we need in addition to the bylaws.
Okay, I think that's an important point.
It is an
that if-
important
if
point,
we're-
and so
if
what
we're
happens
talking
here is
about
that,
rules within the corporation,
correct.
that they monitor themselves?
They
That's not a-
monitor themselves. There's a declaration that everybody signs when they buy a unit, one of these 50-page documents that the lawyers prepare.
Okay.
And right in that document, they will not be able to have 3 cars,
Okay.
or 4 cars, I'm sorry.
And I guess, moving over again to discussions around connected communities, was there any discussion about a trail to Victoria with that landowner that would be walking, cycling only, not a car
I would love,
access?
yeah, I would love that. However, it hasn't, I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm
I
saying
just-
that
it-
it's,
it-
to
to me,
date, it hasn't been
makes some
agreed to.
sense. You know,
Yeah.
you've got the school over there, you've got sidewalks on Victoria, you've got, so just from a, if that fits, it would, I think it would enhance the development.
I agree with you, Mr. Chairman, but between the vendors and the developer, it hasn't been arranged at the moment.
Okay. All right, well, thank you, Mr. Barr and Ms. Holmes, for your presentation. We're going to, oh, we have one more question. Counselor Mikulik?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, you brought up a topic, you brought up an issue or a concern, and I'd just like to seek clarification on that. With regards to condominium rules, I'm not very familiar with condominium rules. If those rules are in the Constitution for the condominium, who makes the rules, and can the rules be changed moving down the road?
We can put, the rules are established. In order to change the declaration takes, I think, a 3/4 majority to change the rules. It's very rarely done. As a matter of fact, in my experience, I don't think I've ever had a condominium declaration changed for any purpose like that. The rules themselves, such as pets and all that kind of thing, even pets, the control of pets is within the declaration. So it goes, condominium is very restrictive.
Okay, so the likelihood of the rules, you know,
It's very unlikely
if
the
a
rules
group of
could-
condominium owners gets together and says, you know, we have to change this rule on the parking from 3 to 4,
Yeah,
that, no chance of that happening.
well, there's no such thing as no chance
Okay.
in life, but it would be very unusual, and it's so restrictive from my experience that it's extremely unlikely.
But possible.
Anything's possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, and very informative, and thank you to the council for the questions asked. I think it's important to get a lot of these facts out there. So we're going to move on to our second delegation, is Alan Wintermute, speaking to report PD 09-19, Better Neighborhoods, Inc. zoning bylaw amendment application. Mr. Wintermute, if you would come forward, please.
Mic is on. When you're not speaking, turn. There you are.
Good evening. We've had quite a polished presentation, and it all seems kind of a nice presentation. However, let's talk about what hasn't been talked about. What's proposed, and before I start, I should indicate that I live on Magnolia Drive in Vineland. I'm very familiar with the existing neighborhood that's going to be affected by this particular development if it goes forward as it's designed. What's proposed has quite an impact on the existing neighborhood. The design requires further amendments to reduce setback for backyards and front yards for this new development. This places the proposed buildings closer to the property lines of the backyards on Auxilia Crescent. It seems that the initial design does not take into account how this will impact existing neighborhood as far as how it would fit in and how performance of the property, neighboring properties would be affected. There are and always has been drainage issues on the subject property fronting onto Victoria Ave. I've driven by both of these places and seen water running down the driveway in the spring as the snow melts. It's quite a problem. The drainage problem will not be solved by a severance. The problem will be exacerbated. The brunt of the drainage problem will be felt by the houses left on Victoria Avenue. And as this subject property is developed, the elevation of the subject property will be changed. My bet is the developer will not take it down lower. They'll increase it in height, which causes the water runoff to affect the neighboring properties. Now, I found a document prepared for the town of Lincoln by consultant RCI Consulting dated November 2016. The document's well written. The town of Lincoln has a substantial amount of money invested in this, the residents and council alike. The consultant has basically followed the foundations contained in the provincial policy statement of 2014. Amongst other things, there's a number of recommendations made by the consultant that have not been touched on earlier this evening. What's recommended is to ensure the intensification areas provide for appropriate densities and transitional areas to ensure relative compatibility with surrounding neighborhoods. And I contend that this particular design does not. It also suggests that there be produced a walkable neighborhood, and in the current design, as come out in one of the questions, there is no sidewalk. It's not user-friendly for people in disabilities or for senior citizens. It also recommends that there's an attractive community and a sense of place. And when you crowd in and landlock a new community, there is no sense of place. It also encourages a design practice that addresses the accessibility needs of residents with disabilities, and this does none of that. On page 18 of the consultant's report, at paragraph F, it encourages complete streets for all users. And at G, encourages a strong sense of place. And at H, it encouraging new development that's compatible with established development, which this one does not do. And finally, at page 58 in the consultant's report is the map of the existing neighborhood, Azalea, and the way the properties front on Victoria Ave. And that entire tract of land, the parcel of land that fronts onto Victoria Ave, was included in the consultant's report to be entirely developed. Now, this is a pivotal point. If you develop the entire tract of land, and instead of using the Azalea property as the only roadway in and out, what you could have is a bicycle and footpath that would connect the existing development of Azalea into the new development, put the sidewalk in, clean out to Victoria Ave, which links and gives something safer for the kids to walk to school, using a sidewalk over to Victoria Ave and then down Victoria Ave to the crossing guard, across the busy Victoria Ave into the school. Right now, there are no sidewalks taking the kids over there. No sidewalk on Regional Road 81, or otherwise known as King Street. No sidewalk on Rittenhouse. In short, if it's going to be developed the way it's designed currently, Vineland's not ready for this. We don't have the infrastructure in place. So I'm urging the town now to, first of all, not allow the severance. If you're going to rezone the parcel and tract of land, rezone the entire parcel right out to Victoria Ave, which requires an amendment to the current application, and I get it. And finally, I'm urging the town not to issue a building permit unless there's a demolition permit for the property, the buildings already on the property that front onto Victoria Ave. Now you're going to have something that is what Vineland truly needs, well thought out, and enough time to properly design something that this town needs, that will meet, first of all, the provincial policy statement, the regional policy statement, and the consultant report that the town of Lincoln is invested in. Those are my submissions, subject to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wintermute. Is there any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, our next, and I've got two more speakers, and I'm going to get tougher on the next two speakers, that we're going to hold you to 5 minutes. See, we had two that have gone over fairly substantially, and I'm going to ask that these two next ones, please, hold your comments to 5 minutes. So our third delegation is Matt West, speaking to report PD 09-19, Better Neighborhoods, Inc. zoning bylaw amendment application. Mr. West.
Right there? Okay, thank you. Okay, well, thank you for your time. I'll try to keep it brief.
Thank you.
Thank you, council, staff, and mayor and chair for hearing us out this evening. My name is Matthew West. I live with my wife and 4 kids on 3985 Azalea Crescent. That's right beside where the proposed driveway is going into the proposed development. So after reading the staff report, after going to the open house, we are still left with some pretty big concerns regarding the application made by Better Neighborhoods, Inc. And we'd like you to consider them before you make any decisions on the proposal. So we're very concerned with the amount of traffic and safety risks the proposed development will bring to our neighborhood. So safety is the number one thing. My 4 kids playing around there a lot. And with all this traffic, 40-something cars going in and out of that driveway with no sidewalks, pedestrian traffic, we're concerned for the safety that proposes. And I have all these statements, or not statements, policies, as our previous speaker talked about, provincial policy statement, the growth plan, regional policy, the town plan, and it all encourages walkable built environments that connect the community, that mitigate risks, safety risks to the public when you're talking about residential intensification. And I know it doesn't, this plan doesn't speak to that at all. The only access is going to the development is through Azalea Crescent. Lots of traffic, lots of parking, it's already been talked about. Ironically, there's a children playing sign right where the road is supposed to go for the proposed development. So it indicates that there's families, young children in that neighborhood already. So adding all this traffic, and it's a safety risk in our opinion. And it's already mentioned as well, the only way we walk our kids to school is down Azalea through Rittenhouse Park, Rittenhouse Park, down Rittenhouse Road, and it's already dangerous with no sidewalks there already. And people coming into the new development, proposed new development, are gonna go down Rittenhouse Road for sure, so you're already increasing traffic there. So walking kids to school is only gonna be more of a headache, right? If this proposal goes through. And we talked about, we're also concerned about the fire trucks getting in and out. We had a fire on our street 6 years ago. There was like 3 fire trucks fighting that fire. 1 fire truck, in my opinion, is not enough, and it went up really fast. And so I know there's things on paper that look good, but in our experience, that was pretty devastating and frightening, and we're concerned for the safety of our neighborhood. And also, briefly, I want to talk about all the policies regarding residential intensification. Talk about if you're going to residential infill, then it should consist to the existing character of the neighborhood. And this condominium style home doesn't fit with our neighborhood at all. Like, we have single detached homes, we have a few townhouses, but the amount of units that are jammed in that little space doesn't coincide with our neighborhood. So that's very concerning to us as well. We appreciate where we live. We like the quietness. That's one of the reasons why we bought and invested there and wanted to raise our family there. And so to see that kind of turned upside down with this development would be devastating to us. I have a few other things, talked about infrastructure, that's already been mentioned, but, and I guess, and in the holding provision, the H, it was under our understanding that it was because they didn't have enough land to build a home there. That's why the H was on that property back in 2014. I'm not sure if that is 100% correct, but if there was enough room to build a home, I don't know how there's room enough to put a road in there either, so that's something to consider. I did write a letter to the town, so I know that you guys have all the other information that I want to talk about. Hopefully you can read it, take the time to look through it. Just in closing, if I could just say that we'll re-recognize our family that the difficult decisions town council has balancing the official town plan regarding residential intensification. But we hope these difficult decisions don't overlook the importance of public safety while promoting active transportation, community connectivity, and improved traffic movements. The official town plan talks about protecting small character as town as one of its objectives, and we hope that we know that this proposal doesn't satisfy that. So I can respect the developer's desire to provide quality homes and landscaping. He wants to build nice homes, but I do not believe that the planning committee can confidently say this proposed development satisfies the policies outlined by the province, the region, and the town regarding residential intensification. I just don't think it does. Thank you for taking the time to listen, and I suppose there's no questions, but if there is.
Thank you, Mr. West. There is a
All right.
question.
Yeah, right on.
Sit tight.
Okay.
Counselor Mikulik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to Matt. Thank you for coming up and voicing your concerns. Just, are you open, seeing as you live directly, next to that driveway, are you open to a proposal that would have fewer homes built in that plot of land?
I could see fewer homes being built back there. I just don't know how you're gonna access them safely. I don't know how you're gonna get in there safely without, like, even that lot that's empty there, it's very small for a road. Like, it's the size of our driveway is what's proposed, is the road in and out. So if we talk about traffic, like cars and people walking, I don't know how many units you're thinking, but either way, just the access into that development is tricky. It's tough. It's not as, I don't know what the answer is, but.
Wow. Thank you.
Yeah.
My thinking is trying to provide a balance between
Oh, yeah.
development and taking residents' concerns into account. And, ultimately, the question would be,
Yeah.
if you were open to, the possibility of something happening there.
Well, yeah, I'd be
in a
open
more
to.
manageable amount of units.
Yeah, definitely, Councillor Merkley. I would be open to seeing the proposal, but that hasn't been proposed, this has been proposed, so I strongly object to this proposal.
Okay, thank you, Matt.
Yeah.
One more. Counselor Rajima. You're on.
Oh, I'm on, okay. Thank you, Chair McPherson. I wanted to clarify your question about the holding, because I found the spot in the report that tells us exactly what the hold is for. This provision ensures that lands cannot be developed until the holding is removed by bylaw. The holding will not be removed until the applicant has satisfied the town that all on-site and off-site development concerns and constraints have been adequately addressed. That will include the requirement that the applicant enter into a development agreement, the development agreement being registered on title in the town, receiving sufficient securities relating to the development agreement. So the development agreement is intended to address all on-site and off-site development concerns and constraints.
Can I speak to that? Is that okay? So at the open house and at the staff report, Chair and Councillor, they were looking for a traffic assessment or how much traffic would be going through there. So I don't know if those studies or assessments or provisions have been adequately satisfied. I don't know, because I haven't seen the information on that. So.
Press it again. You're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So maybe that's, we can take that as input toward the final recommendation report, your question about, that you just gave. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. West. Appreciate your holding to the time. Thanks very much. Our fourth delegation is Peter Schroeder, speaking of report PD 09-19, Better Neighborhoods, Inc. zoning bylaw amendment application. Have you got that?
Turn this on, and then when you're not speaking, turn it off.
That's a lot to remember. Now you got me all confused. Okay, my name is Pete Schroeder. I live at 3983 Azalea Crescent. And my wife and I are opposed to this application by Better Neighborhoods. I don't want to sound redundant here. Almost everything has been gone over. I will just voice my concerns on a few things right away. Now, with this new subdivision going in behind us, and it's backs onto my property also, we're concerned of the safety of the neighborhood and the children. And like, Matt's my neighbor. My grandkids play with them, so it is a concern with this increased traffic, with this driveway right next to his house. This is a concern. And also the fact that there is no sidewalks on Rittenhouse for when the kids do walk to school. I don't know if you've ever driven down there, but the cars can barely pass each other on there. They're literally going on the shoulder of the road. It's dangerous, and we don't want to see anything happen. It would be horrible. The width of this road going in, and I've driven truck. I'm a truck driver. I'm a heavy equipment operator. And then you see those fire trucks. There's no way that fire truck is going to swing in there, especially if, Greg, you know yourself, I'm big.
you need more than 18 feet to bring a big piece of equipment in there like that. And the other thing too is, on first responders, the fire truck's usually there first. And if he does get in there and he is down there and they need an ambulance, where's the ambulance gonna get to? If the fire truck doesn't get in, he just gets into the corner, it's not up there. Where's the ambulance gonna be? It's gonna be stuck out there, and how are they gonna get to anybody that needs help? You know, and again too so they're putting in sprinkler systems. The sprinkler system does not put out a fire. Like Matt says, the house across our street went up, and it went up in minutes. So, I mean, there's just so many issues on all this. And the parking, like, I don't even, like, you couldn't do the math either, Mr. Person. It doesn't make sense. And what's gonna happen is when people can't find a place to park there, they're gonna park on Azalea. So that's, and like you say too, on a weekend, family coming over for dinner or whatever, you have a party, there's not gonna be the parking. And people will be parking stuck out past those, you know, the curbs, and they're on there, so that's another issue of mine. Oh, where am I here? I'm not redundant, I'm not going over anything yet, have I? Yes, I have.
No, you're fine.
Okay. One big issue is, like, and me being in construction, when this subdivision was built on Azalea, Magnolia, Honeysuckle, the plans for the infrastructure for that was put in place and designed for that subdivision. The house with the holding on it right now was supposed to be a house, not a road going into a subdivision. So this whole design for the subdivision was built and designed for that and that only, not for another subdivision. So how their sewers are gonna handle this, how the storm is gonna handle this, I've been told that the storm is just gonna run off into the pond, that retention pond. Is that a 100-year flood pond? Can you does anybody know what that pond is for? Is it an overflow? Is it, does anybody know? Does anybody look into it?
Those are good questions, and we'll address that in the report when the report comes back out. Very good points.
Okay. So, and like I said too, so when the engine, like when they look at this, as far as like say the sanitary, they got what size pipe went in? Are they gonna have to increase the size of the pipe to take on 17 units? 17 units, but 23 families, because you've already proposed you're gonna put more family rental units in there. So, I mean, it's not just 17 units that's going in there. So that's just another issue.
Valid questions.
Okay, there you go. I don't even know where I am there, so I'm sorry.
No problem.
And there is we back onto open lot, and I mean, it may not be an issue, but like we like wildlife, and there is blue herons that come in there. There's falcons, there's great horned owls, there's rabbits, squirrels, everything. A lot of this is all gonna be affected. And it might not mean a lot to some people, but it means a lot to me, it means a lot to my wife. To photograph them and just to look at them, just sitting out on your back deck. And now we're gonna sit on our back deck and we're gonna see two-story homes. So, again, I don't wanna be redundant, so I'm hoping everything's been covered here. I'm kinda losing everything here, so, but,
Well, we got your points. Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. Are there any questions from council? Councillor Timmers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a question for you, but thank you for coming forward with all of your concerns. I know tonight there's been a lot of comments about Rittenhouse Road. I just want to ask our CAO to comment on possible, we're looking at Rittenhouse Road.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, just to provide a little bit of an update, and I know staff have some additional questions and comments that we want to make with respect to this proposal. But we have a tentative capital project that looks at Rittenhouse Road for construction next year, potentially pending council approval. But we are looking at design work this year, so we have heard the concerns loud and clear as it relates to Rittenhouse Road and what needs to happen. And again, pending council approval later this month, the design work for Rittenhouse will begin this year.
I'm just saying, until that goes ahead, does it, like, you see an issue with this, though, with the volume of traffic and no sidewalks and children, though, that's,
We'll take all of that in, all of that in. Yeah, we hear you. And again, tonight is not a question and answer. That's not what we're doing. It's more of a, you give us your input, and we'll take all the input, and we'll take everything into consideration on the report. So it's not that I'm trying to avoid questions. That's just not the way this evening is set up. Okay? Any questions, any further questions? Councilor
No,
Timmers?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted, while we had, a lot of people from that area here this evening, to hear that we are looking at Rittenhouse Road and we're hoping down the road. And thank you to the CAO for speaking to that. I just wanted to put that out there. So, thank you.
Councilor Pachariva?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Pete, for this well-thought-out and itemized characteristic of the potential development. With respect to number 6, talking about construction and the disturbance that it will cause, and you also mentioned loss of privacy. Is that ongoing past the construction phase, that you're worried that the privacy of your?
during and after.
That's,
During
yeah.
is gonna
During
be a
is
big
the
issue of
the noise, the
which
dust, the disruption, but
I
then
do that all-
afterwards.
I do that every day to everybody, but what can I say?
But more so after the
More-
fact?
yes, after the fact, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schroeder. Appreciate it. So, at this time, are there any other persons present this evening to address the A Better Neighborhoods, Inc. zoning bylaw amendment information report? Please approach the podium and come forward. State your name and address, and please spell your surname for the record.
Hi, my name is Ron Walter Rakish. I live at 3990 Azalea Crescent,
Would you spell that last name for us, please?
Rakush.
Okay, thank you.
My concerns are as follows. Most of what was said here. My concern is garbage removal, snow, parking, which is an issue. The main thing I'll focus on this evening is the infrastructure, the development of that property proposed, and the present infrastructure we have. I live across, my driveway is gonna be directly across the road from that entranceway. I've made it clear on no uncertain terms to the builder, my concerns, and what I will do if I have to, what will happen with the parking, and intrusiveness to me. I have a wife who has a condition. She is my first concern. And if this proposal goes through, and there's the construction, and vehicles, and all the rest, then we'll have an issue, number one. The biggest concern I have is the infrastructure. I'll get back immediately to that, because I know there's a time limit on this. The sewers, the water runoff. The parcel of land in question is lower grade than I am. The homes behind me are higher than I am. Everything runs downhill. I have an easement in my backyard, which I've been to the city and been concerned, but I won't go, I'll deal with that separate. Is the infrastructure, like, my point is, you're gonna add all these new homes. It's all going to dwell and all drain into the present sewer system if it goes out that laneway, the entranceway. Is it big enough to handle it? Has there been a study made on it? Has there been a study with the water runoff for it? I haven't heard anything mentioned of that. Are they gonna put backflow arresters, diverters in the lines for the present residents? We're all taxpayers there too. We've long-term residents, paid our taxes, want restitution in some degree. The other big thing I have is, if you're going to do this, you make sure that we're covered. The town should take full responsibility and be liable for any backflow problems we have from this day forward. I've done my due diligence in installing pumps, drains, so I don't flood. If the township approves it and there's a problem, it's on you. Definitely on you, because I haven't had an issue, and I don't think anybody else has. We've done our due diligence. If the drainage becomes a problem and the sewer system becomes a problem, then you're gonna have a problem. So I want you to really take account in that. Because it's going to be, you're gonna put 17 new homes, and you're gonna have a block of houses draining into one system. My system's right across the road. So I wanna know the size of the pipes, the flow, rating of the pipes, water and sewer, the sanitary sewers. So let's have all that information before any decisions are made, because that's a biggie. Fire next door was next door to my house. I'm still upset. Went through hell.
Thank you. And we hear the whole issue of drainage very loud and clear. That will all be covered in the report through to the staff. So thank you for coming forward. Is there any other speakers to this report? Please come forward and state your name and address. And
my name's Robert Thompson. I live at 3936 Azalea Crescent. I believe you already have a copy of my submission. I would like to go through it. I have one or two things that are different. Most of it is, however, repetitious. I thank you for the opportunity to present some concerns with regard to this proposal. It's no longer a surprise that any piece of land that's open is going to be developed. The concern is with how it is being done. The general public always has a difficult time responding without sounding petty and with the not in my backyard approach. We are faced with professionals who seem to have all the answers, but they're not going to live there. So some points. Why does there appear to be a different standard for this development? The preliminary site plan and the location map are limited in their view of the area. I would suggest that a wider map of the area be used to fully comprehend the nature of what is already there. The developer of Magnolia Drive and Azalea Crescent has put in regulation streets and allowed for plenty of parking. The Solera Place laneway onto Azalea Crescent is no larger than the driveways currently there. Matt and I were out and we were measuring them. To think that over 30 vehicles will be coming out seems unreasonable. We have been told that this undersized road is allowed, it meets code, it's okay for services, but is it the right thing to put in place? It's been mentioned already, but I want to re-emphasize the fact that the nearby residents were there when the house next to Ron went up in flames. We witnessed the need for several emergency vehicles to get access. The aerial truck was essential in order to knock down that fire. To be told that a fire truck would stop at the corner by the lone fire hydrant and run hoses down the street, if necessary, seems very disturbing. Is this why sprinklers are to be installed in the end units? What if another truck or an ambulance needs to get by? There is no space with the cars parked on the street. Underside roadways have been allowed elsewhere. I've seen them in Grimsey and in nearby Cherry Hill. But they have a gate at the end that allows emergency vehicles egress. This proposal does not have that. And yes, there are townhouses on Azalea Crescent. They cannot be seen on the site plan, but on a larger map, you will observe that they are on a normal-sized street, and it is possible to put 2 cars in each driveway in front of the garage. This current proposal counts the garage as the parking space, and I don't think that's realistic. And is it likely that the condo organization will enforce that rule? Visitor parking has been mentioned already. To be told that when people move into this type of development with minimal parking, that they are less likely to entertain and have large numbers of people visiting, that to me is a spacious argument. Heritage Village on Victoria Avenue has many narrow laneways and parking spaces. And I've seen many of those parking spaces get lost after snowstorms because the snow has to be piled somewhere. I don't see even the space to stack snow in this development. We are told that garbage and recycling will be picked up in front of each unit by an independent contractor. Is that definite and already in place? What if the condo organization cannot find a contractor willing to back out of the lane since there's no place to turn around? And a neighbor mentioned to me that he was told that in an earlier plan for this area, it showed a garbage collection point at the entrance just off Azalea. This would require a large enclosure right beside that narrow laneway, because you have to consider 4 bins for each unit, at least 68 bags or containers. The future of the site needs to be considered. If and when the properties at 3978 and 3966 Victoria Avenue are sold, will there be more townhouses added? Will Solera Place continue out to Victoria Avenue? One person at the open house said that the region may not want to add another entryway onto the regional road. If not, that implies even more traffic going out onto Azalea. Can the sewer lines that are on Azalea Crescent handle the proposed increase and the possible increase in the future? In my opinion, anyone living near that connection should get a legal indemnification from the town of Lincoln. And we talk about intensification because of the province, but Vineland doesn't need to do much more for density requirements, because in the future, this Prudham's development, I hear, at one point when it was talked about, could have 6,000 to 7,000 people. The crowding of 17 units into the space will create a detrimental effect to the surrounding area. We are trusting that our elected representatives will insist upon some improvements to this plan. A proper roadway is essential. I was present when a compromise was obtained for a proposal on Vinehaven Drive just south of us. I hope that one can be reached here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Is there any questions from council? Thank you. Are there any other speakers to this item tonight? State your name and your address for the record, please.
Thank you. My name's Brian, last name's Pirotta, P-I-R-O-T-T-A, and I live at 3993 Azalea Crescent. So I live right beside the laneway that they've been proposed. I just have 3 concerns, one being what the developer has in plan to put beside our property, being a wall or fence to protect our property from cars. The second thing that is concerning is the amount of cars going in and out. We have cars parked in front of our property almost every day, and with this development, I'm sure there will be cars parked there every day, every hour, every night. And the third thing I have a concern about is, being that I'm from Mississauga, been there for 25 years, and moved to Vineland, hoping to have a quieter area to live in, having this development, if it goes through, would be like living in Mississauga, which is what I tried to get away from. Thank you very much, and I hope that you will consider all that has been brought forward today. Thank you.
We will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? We have a question. Councillor Mikulik.
Through you, Chair, to the resident, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Matt, seeing as you live right next to that laneway. Would you be open to, are you open to the idea of a possible development there if planned more in a less dense manner?
I would like to see it. I would like it to conform to the present area in the sense that it's more or less what we have on our street and what's on Rittenhouse. Building condos in a colorful manner is just going to stand out as compared to what we have on our street and on Rittenhouse. So I am open to a proposal where you would cut down the amount of houses, the amount of units, and that would cut down on the amount of traffic that would go up and down Rittenhouse into Azalea. So yes, I would be, but I would love to see that.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any other persons present this evening to address the A Better Neighborhoods, Inc. zoning bylaw amendment? If you would come forward, state your name and your address, please, for the record.
My name's Lauren Shusky, S-Z-C-Z-U-C-K-I. I live at 3965 Azalea Crescent. There's been a lot of the same points brought up, so I don't want to go over that. I've also sent a letter already to the town stating my concerns about the traffic and the safety. We moved from Grimsby. We lived in a townhouse condo kind of development similar to this. A lot of what Better Homes is proposing is focused around the fact that living in a condo means it's self-regulated and people behave better because it's a condo. In our experience, it was the complete opposite. It doesn't make people behave any differently, doesn't make them have less cars, doesn't make them have less people. So if you take that argument out of their proposal, you end up with just more traffic, just more cars, and there's potentially a governing body who's watching that, but there also potentially is not. And if you file a complaint with a condo board, it takes sometimes a very long time to get a response, and in that time, the residents of Azalea Crescent are the ones who are going to be impacted, waiting for a decision to be made or waiting for a change to the rules. And as was brought up earlier, it's not necessarily the case that the rules can never be changed. So if you only allow for 3 cars with those accessory units, it's very likely that people could say, you know what, we've lived here for a few years, we own this condo corporation, we all come in to vote, and then now there's 4 cars, and there's nowhere for them to go. There's already too much space taken up. So like I said, I don't want to repeat other people's points, but just on that condo note, it does not protect against any of the additional traffic or parking that could happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you. Are there any other persons that would like to speak to this item? Okay, we got 2 more anyway. So please state your name and address, please.
My name is Michelle Mifsud. Last name is spelled M-I-F as in Frank, S as in Sam, U, D as in David. I live at 3994 Azalea Crescent with my family. We were original owners in the subdivision, so we've been there almost 16 years. Azalea Crescent and the whole Rittenhouse development is very traditional homes, extremely traditional homes, and putting in some flashy condominiums that might work in Toronto or Mississauga would not work in our particular neighborhood at all. I'm also a law clerk by trade. I do real estate law in Hamilton. I work for a lawyer in Hamilton and have for the past 28 years. I review lots of condominium documentation and lots of site plans, and honestly, I can't recall one that only has one entrance in and one entrance out, which is a small laneway meant for pedestrians, kids riding bikes, people in wheelchairs, and vehicles. Other people have touched on all the other issues, but snow removal would be a very big concern. Where would that snow get pushed to without blocking some of these parking spots that are already in high demand and not very many of them? The other thing is the laneway there, those are the only mature trees in our whole development. We lost all of our boulevard trees to ash borer, so we have no more. We have all brand new little, this big around trees on our boulevards, and those are the only mature trees. Also, Azalea Crescent on the side that I am, which is across the street from the development, has always had a drainage issue. The back of our property used to flood. Probably about 8 feet of the back of our property, it used to turn into muck and mush. We tried putting down all kinds of different materials to see if that would drain better. There is a drainage easement that runs through the backs of all those properties. We eventually had to trench the back of our property and put in weeping tile for that issue to go. There's also what looks to me as a drainage easement that runs in between those 2 properties where those trees are in that laneway area. So drainage would be a really big problem back there. Now, I can tell you from our side of the street that removing that easement out of there would definitely create a problem. My house was also right next to the house that caught fire in 2013. Our house was also caught fire because the fire spread, and that fire spread in a matter of minutes. And we were told that if the wind had been blowing either right to left, we would have lost 4 to 5 houses. And just because it was blowing kitty corner is the reason why it didn't. That night, we had 3 large fire trucks with the overhead projectors that we borrowed from other neighboring towns that came in to assist. There were ambulances, there were police cars, and I honestly do not know how you would get any of those into this proposed development without losing lives in there. And with the townhouse development, the fire would spread much faster than it did with our large single-family homes that it did. So my family and I are strongly opposed to any applications, especially this one. The only thing I would consider would be making this more of a court-like setting with a few larger single-family homes where you could have proper garbage collection and proper snow removal, and emergency vehicles could get in and out. There is landscaping, like people have landscaping in that area, and even coming in and out of those that driveway would be a hazard for kids walking to school and kids on bikes and things like that. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Are there any questions to the delegation? None? Thank you. And we have another speaker, so please, your name and address for the record.
My name is Ryan Shusky. I live at 3965 Azalea Crescent, same last name as Lauren who just spoke. She is my wife. From experience, I have driven a fire truck before. I am a truck and coach mechanic, and I can tell you that there is a lot of space needed to maneuver those. In the narrow street that's proposed on this planned development, it won't be very easy to maneuver that through there to get enough crews, an ambulance, many points that people have brought up. It's going to be an uphill struggle if there was a disaster such as a fire. Furthermore, even if there was a proposed sidewalk to be put in the area where they have that planned entrance, there's really not going to be much room for said fire trucks. From experience living in a condo as well, it has been very tight. You can't expect or predict that people are going to be behaving in a very systematic, they're not going to have very similar behavior as far as their driving habits. We are expecting a child in the summer, and the whole reason that we moved here is because of the safety and how Azalea Crescent has provided a bit of a safe haven for raising children. We see children playing on the street at the park. It's exactly what we wanted to see happen in the future. To have a development like this occur in that neighborhood would of course disrupt not only our street but the surrounding areas such as Rittenhouse, Honeysuckle, Magnolia, and I mean, we wouldn't want to see that happen. And to speak for everybody who has come up and spoken here that is a resident of the area, this is the exact reason why we had moved here. These are the exact people that we wanted to call our neighbors. And I think we're all pretty much unified with how we see this proposed development going on. So I would like to thank them and thank all of you for taking into consideration these points. So thank you.
Well, thank you for coming and speaking. Any questions? No? Okay. Are there any other persons here this evening that would like to speak to this item? So I'm calling for a second time for anyone to approach council and speak to the public meeting item. Calling for a third and final time for anyone to come forward and speak to the public meeting item. Okay, as there are no more speakers, I declare this public hearing to address the A Better Neighborhoods Inc. zoning bylaw amendment information report closed. And I would say that, all of the speakers and all of the documentation that we received will certainly be taken into account on the report. And we very much appreciate everybody's time, both from the development standpoint and also the neighbors coming to the meeting tonight and sharing your input to this important project. So I'm going to ask those that want to leave now. I do not want to lose any of council. Don't walk away. Okay, stay right here. spot. So those that are finished, thank you for coming. And I would also say, make sure that you've signed in so that you are notified. Oh, by the way, sorry, just stop right where you are. There is, I've been reminded, there is a report on the agenda for this project this evening. Is there not? That you may want to stay for. It's up to you. So is this the decision report? Yeah, just so everybody knows, there's no decision made here tonight with the report, just so there's no confusion. The report is basically the staff's opportunity to speak to the report or speak to the project. Okay, so it's not a decision made tonight. Okay? I hope it's on there. Okay, so we are going to get going again. Is it not there? Do we have a report or no report? We have a report. Do I have that motion? Okay. Is there a report? So there's a question of whether there is no. So there's no report. Okay, thank you for the process. So we're going to ask staff if you would care to speak to the report that is in the agenda now.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. So in speaking to the report, I mean, I think there's been all the details of what the development consists of. But what I wanted to touch on is a little bit of process. Obviously, we heard tonight a lot of input received with respect to the proposed development, a lot of good points by the community. I wanted to outline, you know, this zoning bylaw amendment process. Yes, it's at the information gathering stage. That's why we're here. We're obtaining input. Furthermore, with respect to obtaining input, we also reach out to agencies. We reach out to town departments to obtain their input on the proposed. That including, you know, our public works staff, our development engineering staff, our fire department. They're all invited to comment. So a lot of these issues with respect, you know, we've heard a lot about the movement of fire trucks, very legitimate concern, but those particular issues do get flagged before our staff, so there's ability for them to comment. Being that this report's at the information stage, I won't go into the minutiae of all those as we're still obtaining comments. We're still at the point where we're receiving input, but issues such as stormwater, drainage, issues pertaining to sanitary and water, all those things get addressed first from a feasibility standpoint at zoning. How we have requested information reports that outline what the capacity is of the existing infrastructure. Will it be able to handle the proposed development? And furthermore, there will be another more detailed design process as well subsequent to the zoning amendment process should it reach that point, and that is site plan approval. That's where we get into a lot more of detailed design. I know there was mention of, you know, the size of some of the pipes and things like that, if there's gonna need to be any upgrades. That stuff typically gets ironed out in that more detailed design stage. At the zoning stage here, we look at it in terms of feasibility, any big ticket items. And like I said, we do arrange to receive input from a variety of agencies and our town staff, and of course, the region too, if applicable. So I just wanted to add that in, and that process is ongoing, and we will certainly look to engage the applicants in further dialogue about some of the key aspects that have been highlighted, some key aspects that may be highlighted as a result of this review. And we will address comments received prior to or as a component or both of the staff recommendation report that will be coming at a later date.
Thank you, Mr. Bruder, and I do have a comment by the clerk with regards to process.
So I apologize for any confusion this evening, everybody. But as staff have just said, that this is for information only, to receive all of your comments. There will be a staff recommendation report coming forward shortly, but it won't be tonight. So this public meeting was just to receive any comments that you have. At this time, council will have a mover to receive and file this information, and then we will vote all in favor. Okay?
Do I have a mover, Councillor Russell? And those in favor? And that is carried. Mayor Easton.
I guess, Mr. Chairman, my question is, when the report comes back from staff, I want to better understand how many days we have, because I wanted to discuss a parallel process that would occur or could occur between now and when that recommendation comes back. Because we've heard from the community that they have some understanding about how this community of theirs operates. And we've also heard that we are considering, we've indicated to the public that we are considering the rehabilitation of Rittenhouse Road in the capital budget for this year, the design process. So in order to make sure that this, the promise of what this community could look like as a complete community from Victoria Avenue, including all of the areas around it, in order to address the issues of walking and parking and whatever you want to put on that list, I want to make sure, and I think the community wants to make sure, that we are in fact including a much larger parcel, not from a planning perspective as far as the Planning Act is concerned, but as a quality of life planning exercise, so that we all know what we're getting into here. And so now I'm unsure of how that can happen, because if the recommendation comes back, where are we going to take all this into account? So I guess what I'm flagging is that this is an infill proposal, Mr. Chairman, as you know, and this needs more work. And this is just not good enough in terms of, it's fine for the Planning Act, but it's not good enough for the community. And I think we're going to be seeing more of this, because we don't have a lot of greenfield for developers to build on. So I think we may as well start this process out in a way that demonstrates that we intend to go forward as we begin. And I would like to see us begin this in a different way. So I don't know how to deal with that now. We're out of the public meeting, which is fine, so this is an appropriate time to talk about it, but I would like to know what the staff would recommend here.
Mr. Kirkopoulos.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think to the mayor's point, I think the comments that I'm going to make are, we've heard loud and clear from the community this evening. We've got those concerns documented. Staff that are in attendance here have heard those concerns. One of our councillors was asking Mr. Thompson, for example, is he open to compromise? And I made that note down. Typically, when we receive concerns like this, and there has been an overwhelming amount of concerns, our job is to go back. It's to go back to the drawing board in some cases, but definitely to go back to the builder to highlight some of those issues. You know, for me personally, I want to work with our planning staff and reach out to the region, talk about Victoria, understand those concerns. There are some legislative timelines we have, so the mayor asked about timelines. It is 180 days from the receipt of application, which is approximately 6 months. We do have some time. We're not going to be coming back next month, I don't think, with this recommendation report. So between now and then, we can take a much more holistic view. We can look at it from a neighborhood perspective. We can look at trails. We heard other issues around active transportation. I can assure members of council and the community that are here this evening, we've heard the issues. We will go back. We will have conversations with the particular developer and builder, and that'll be something that our planning staff, as well as other key staff, will do moving forward. So,
Mayor Easton?
Mr. Chairman, that's very good, because we need some breathing space with this, and we're not going to have it if we just can keep going down the same road. And I just want to reinforce the issue, my request, and I want to make it clear that I understand very well that it is not required of developers to produce three-dimensional block schematics or virtual images, but I am strongly recommending that having that kind of tool available to us would also help the community, and I certainly hope to see that in the future. Thank you very much.
Good question, very good question. Okay, so we are going to move to our second public meeting. And our second public hearing is for the purpose of Claymore zoning bylaw amendment application. At this time, are there any persons present this evening to address the application by Claymore? Please approach the podium and come forward, state your name and address, and spell your name for the record. Is there anybody here that would like to speak to that? I am calling for a second time for anyone to approach council and speak to the public meeting item. This is King Street, Claymore property. Would you like to come forward? Please do.
Jennifer Schuster, SCHUSTER, 4274 Sand Road and 4284 Sand Road. We have concerns about the rezoning of agricultural and severance. So just not really understanding why this is happening and what the future purposes would be. And is there potential for cannabis operations at any time on the property as it's being rezoned to fully agricultural? So just thinking that the removal of a residence could open that up to possibilities is very concerning for the two properties that I own on the streets. That's it.
That's it? Okay, is there any questions for the delegation this evening? We'll take those into consideration. Same as we did in the last public meeting, we'll take your concerns into consideration when we come out with the report.
There's a lock for 1 year on anything changing within what it's currently being used for, but a year doesn't really do
Right.
much for us.
Yeah.
And with property values, right? So.
Okay. Appreciate you coming forward.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. We have another speaker. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want a question? Before you leave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, let me get you there. You're on.
I was just wondering if I could put this through to Mr. Bruder. If you could just go over this application, because I know this came to Committee of Adjustment spring of 2018. I'm just wondering if you could just clarify what exactly is happening with this application, just so that the people in the audience understand.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. So that's correct. So this came before Committee of Adjustment. This was an application to sever off the dwelling. Reason being behind it, as I understand it, is handing down like the greenhouse business to a family member while living, retaining the house and keeping the house separate from the business. So basically what happens here is this zoning amendment that we're hearing about today, that's a condition of the consent. So this has to happen before the consent can actually be, we can move on with it as approved. And reason being why this rezoning needs to happen is because the subject lands are within the Greenbelt. So the Greenbelt has very strict policies to protect the rural nature and agricultural viability of the lands, whereas it prohibits subdividing land to create a new buildable lot. So in essence, the reason why you are allowed to sever a farm dwelling, however, the parcel that remains, that agricultural piece without the dwelling on it, needs to be zoned so that it's agricultural purposes only. So what that is, in perpetuity, that precludes any other development from happening on the site. So in essence, it's meant to ensure that that piece of land is protected in an agricultural sense. So that's outlined in our official plan. That's a process that needs to be followed just to follow that provincial legislation as well. So that's why we're seeing it. If I may too, I could address the cannabis inquiry a little bit further. So you are correct, we did pass an interim control bylaw which temporarily puts a hold on any cannabis-related development. And the reason we did that is concurrently we're going to be undertaking a review of our whole zoning bylaw. You know, one of the intentions of that review will be to get a better handle on land use controls when it comes to cannabis, you know, especially considering adjacent, you know, residential land uses and things like that. So the idea was until we can develop a more strict framework for, you know, criteria for establishing where these go, we would put a temporary hold on it. So I mean, ultimately, if you're talking down the road, I'm not necessarily sure I could tell you that there's absolutely no potential for that, for cannabis to occur there or on many other properties for that matter. But what I can tell you is we are looking to regulate where those facilities can go, and we will be working with a consultant to do that.
Mr. Bruder, but my concerns would lie in the fact that a property is being severed, so it's now zoned completely agricultural with no residence attached to it. And if I'm thinking forward, I would be thinking that part of the cannabis legislation could potentially preclude that of having a residence on it. So with that in mind, I would object to a rezoning.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak to this item? Please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
Walter Trach, 4289 Sand Road.
How do you spell your last name?
Trach.
Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't get one of these in the paper. My neighbor gave me a copy of it, but I own the property just on Sand Road, right across from this pond area. I don't know why did they make such a big effort to zone this pond off. The housing and the property around the housing I can see, but this pond is like a L-shaped lot. It's, why are they, it's a man-made pond. It has creek on one side. They didn't zone anything else. Is there a reason for?
Well, again, you know, we're not here to get into a question answer. I do think Ms. Clamer is probably going to speak to that if I get her hand motions correct here, that she can probably answer some of those questions. I think it's a valid question. So if is that all you've got this evening? Okay.
That pond that's being severed off is close to me, close to my house.
Okay.
I just wonder
Good.
what just locking that up or why they're dealing with that in a separate entity.
Okay. Fair question. Thank you for coming forward. And so we have another delegation coming forward.
I'm Barb Lavasser, and I'm 4300 Sand Road. And my question is, I think with the property not having an owner living on it, I think it could cause some problems. I think with the owner living there, I think it kept things kind of in order. And I don't know, my concern would be with the owner not living there. And even the fact that there's a building that's close to the home that wants to be severed off. It seems like there's only a driveway between that house and the building, the wall of the building there. And it just seems to me, I'm just thinking, why is this happening? Why is it, like, if it's to be left to the sons, then leave it all to the sons. Rent the house out if you don't want to live there. That would be my thinking, but.
Okay,
Okay.
good question, thank you. Are there any other people that would like to speak? Would you like to speak to it? Alice? No, you're going to have to go to the mic. Then the reason I ask you to do that is because it's recorded.
So I am Alice, and I can answer all your questions. So the first question about the parcel of land, well, first of all, I'll tell you why I'm doing this, okay? So my first husband, who passed away in 2000, we bought 21.5 acres with our personal money. At that time, we were simply Blue Sky Acres. The following year, we became incorporated and became Blue Sky Nursery, okay? But we never thought about down the road when you're going to retire, okay? And then we need another pond, so we bought 6.8 acres from the Kostas family, only because my husband was terminally ill and we didn't want to buy the whole parcel, which I later did do. So that's why it's an odd shape. That's part of what we bought with personal assets. When I bought the rest of the farm from the Kostas family, I did it with Blue Sky Nursery money. So now I'm thinking I have all this personal money invested in this property. At some point, I need to get it out. So I talked with my accountant in terms of letting Blue Sky Nursery buy the whole property and the house, or going for the severance. She recommended the severance. I still live there. I own the house, and I'm there every day. So that's not changing. So what was the other question?
The pond.
The
Was
pond.
there-
That's why it's
Yeah,
an
okay,
odd shape,
okay.
only because we didn't want to buy the whole land.
And just, if you would please, your name and address, just for the record.
Okay, Alice Claimer,
Yeah.
4659 King
you.
Street, Beamsville.
Thank you, Alice. We have
So
a
that's
question.
that's the only thing. I'm not planning to sell it to a cannabis operator. Business as usual,
Okay.
okay?
Councillor Mikulik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Alice. I'm just like looking at this sketch. There's a road allowance that runs between that narrow strip and the larger strip. What is that road allowance? Who owns that road allowance? What's the possibility of that ever opening up or being reclaimed and then landlocking that long strip of pond?
Okay, so that road allowance is owned by the Agricultural Board, which no longer exists. Okay, my lawyer, Bert Backer, is working now to try to get that. So we're in the process of trying to obtain that land.
Okay, so you do not legally on title own that
Nope.
road allowance? Okay, and then accessing the parcel to the west of that long strip of pond, how's that done currently?
Well, where my home is, I have a driveway, okay? There's also another entrance where large trucks come in. It's blocked off right by the Blue Sky Nursery sign. So I don't know, like, there's access to the pond from different angles on the property.
So when I drove by there just on my way here on this meeting, there's a driveway. Is there a driveway to the west of that property that accesses some greenhouses on the west side of your home?
Okay, so that's at the.
It looks like a road or a
It's,
long driveway going to the back houses.
Right, so I own 4727, which is on the other side of the driveway, and that driveway goes to the back, where there's a farmhouse, stone house, and then the greenhouses. but you can access the greenhouses from the other end of the property.
Okay, so there is a culvert or some sort of driveway other than
Yes.
the home that you currently are planning
Yes.
on severing?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Alice.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other speakers to this item tonight? Okay, I'll call a third and final time for anyone to come forward and speak to this public meeting item. Okay, seeing none, there are no more speakers. I declare this public hearing to address the Claymore zoning bylaw amendment application closed. Okay, and I would ask council's consideration for one more public meeting, and then we can take a break, okay? Our third public hearing is for the purpose of Hunter Cook zoning bylaw amendment application. Oh, we need a motion. I just get confused because we don't have those green papers in front of us anymore. So we need a motion. Councillor Timmers, those in favor of the motion to accept this as information, carried. Recommendation report. It is a recommendation report, okay. Those in favor of the recommendation report? It's carried, thank you. Okay, at this time, are there any persons present this evening to address the application by Hunter Cook? Please come forward. State your name and address and spell your name for the record. Oh, we need the mic on there. Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Cindy LaBelle, and the address is 4329 Ontario Street. So good evening, everyone. I'm going to read because
Sure, go ahead.
I'll get confused. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for allowing us to come in and hear our proposal for our daycare. My name's Cindy LaBelle, and I'm the Director of Finance. And I've also got one of our teachers here, which is Bonnie Douglas. We have hoped tonight to be able to answer some questions and concerns regarding the opening of our daycare. To give you a little bit of a background on the Chestnut Tree Preschool, we're a nonprofit charitable organization, and we've been offering daycare for 25 years. We have services the community and we are licensed by the Ministry of Education, and as such, we have many requirements that we must meet. We offer reasonable, affordable rates for parents and subsidy for those middle to low-income families. We are not competing against other daycares. We are providing a much needed service. There is a federal, provincial, and municipal joint effort on behalf of the Niagara region, Children's Services, and the Ministry of Education to increase the number of child care spaces in the Niagara region. These government agencies have reached out to us and to other local service providers with a request to increase spaces for the younger children in our current program or to expand with new services to help provide more services in the community, to bridge the gap for families moving between the workforce and maternity leave. Infant programs 6 months to 18 months are in desperate need. The number of working parents, including single families and families with both parents working, is climbing and creating an ever-growing need for quality childcare. That is one of the biggest challenges facing young families in our community. More than 70% of married couples, families, both husbands and wife, work outside the home to be able to be sustainable. As the number of working parents rises, so has the demand for childcare, as demonstrated in the increase in the young families moving to Beamsville area. There is a noticeable demand for childcare in our community. We have been approached, as I mentioned, by the Niagara region to see if we could provide more daycare spaces in the Beamsville area. The ministry's objective is to create a home away from home atmosphere in the environment in which it has its centers. We have chosen this site on Ontario Street on its charm and home-like settings. Its geographical location is for needed spaces and is within walking distance for many families that'll be in the area, and we already have a waiting list. Some of the concerns that have been raised prior to this meeting are the parking, the pickup and drop-offs, and the busy intersection. The 3 spots at the front of our daycare on Ontario Street, our proposed daycare on Ontario Street, will be for staff only. The pickup and drop-offs will be from Mary Street. There will be a walkway and entry through the back, so it will always be kept away from busy Ontario Street. We have also learned that the school up the street and all the buses and traffic that go with it are being relocated. That will have a huge impact on the congestion of that busy intersection. We have done a study of the pickup and drop-offs at our other 2 centers. They are roughly 2 to 3 children every 15 minutes for the first 2 hours, and the same for the last 2 hours of the day. Our daycare is open from 7:30 in the morning until 5:30 at night, and we are there Monday to Fridays. As well, our busy times for the daycare is September to June, with the summer months having low enrollment, and of course, we're not open on the weekends. We are looking to be licensed at this center for 29 to 32 children. However, our daily averages would be roughly 17 to 22 children. And that's when we're at capacity, because all children that come to the center are families, they don't come for the complete 5 days. The outside play area for the children, there must be 60 square feet per child as regulated by the ministry. And the children must be separated into their age-specific groups. So we have infants that go from 0 to 18 months, toddlers from 18 months to 2.5 years, and then the preschoolers 2.5 to 5. In the outside play area, the children's, they rotate in small groups to meet the outside play requirements. They have an hour in the morning and an hour in the afternoon that they go out for the play area. There would be a 4 to 5 foot wooden privacy fence that we would erect that would go around the entire play area. For our neighbors that may be concerned with noise issues from having the daycare next to them, I would refer to our other 2 daycares that both locations, and we have never had any issues at all. In fact, our one in Grimsby, there's literally a house right beside the playground that's there, and we haven't had any issues or problems with them. The key strategy to this is that we keep the group small and quaint, and our children are very young, so we keep them engaged during outdoor play with crafts, games, and nature exploration, which is a big thing with the ministry right now. So they do gardens and planting things. The infants, they will also always quite often go on walks throughout the neighborhoods, so really, again, with them, there's really not a noise issue. If we did have problems with our neighbors, we want to be good neighbors, so we, of course, would work together in a positive solution with anything that would arise. As I say, we've done this workup that we've done where we did for the pickup and drop-offs, we did them 3 different times throughout the year. And as we said, generally, it's 2 to 3 people depending on the times.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Any questions from council? Mayor Easton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming forward. I'm very interested to know that some of the motivation behind this came from the region. And so what would you say to the impact that you could have on the rates of early development indicators on children as a result of opening this daycare center?
Well, I think that part of being a non-for-profit organization is that is our main objective, is to keep the rates reasonable for people to come. And I think it would be a huge impact on the community in the sense there's such a need.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, what are your hours of
7:30 to 5:30.
7:30 to 5:30.
Yeah.
And so, is there any provision for having a later
Yeah, if people-
accommodation of some parents?
Yes, if parents needed after-hours daycare, then there's specific that they can work it out with the staff. And then we have like 15 minutes blocks that they go, but generally it sticks to the 5:30. We don't have too many people that come up late fees.
No, if anything, we have parents that want to drop off earlier, and even still, it's only been one family in the last 10 years that I've been.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm also interested to know whether there's any subsidy here. You say you keep the rates low, but we don't really know what that means. So is there a subsidy?
There's absolutely, yes, there's subsidy, and there's also subsidy available for low income and for, yes, for sure.
Okay.
Mhm.
And I have to say that one of the most eye-appealing childcare centers that I've been to is the Montessori in Grimsby. And they have all open fences, and it's very pleasant for the children. And so I was wondering what kind of fencing that you were planning. Also, they use artificial turf. So things stay very tidy and really very accommodating for kids, even though the weather might not be the greatest. So what are your plans in terms of those amenities?
Our plans, we did have in plan to have a wood fence, privacy fence. But speaking to that, we have in our Grimsby location, we have one of the fences, and they have the plexiglass that you can see through, and you can see the children, which we actually just put up. And that has actually been very well received. So I don't think the wood fence is per se something that we would have to do. If it was something that council thought that being able to see in would be a better idea, then I'm quite sure that we could go along with that. No problem. Yeah.
Well, I would ask that you.
But the main thing was that we have to have it at least 4 feet tall.
Right.
They have regulations on that. But yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I would just suggest that discussion be broached with the staff and just keeping in mind where you're located and the need for curb appeal for everybody's
Absolutely.
benefit. I would ask that you consider that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Timmers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, through you to the delegation. Well, I'm quite excited about this. In my past life, I actually was a supervisor of a daycare center in Stony Creek for a number of years. I know they're highly regulated. I know, you're going to have to do everything to code. My only question, so you said 22 children, and I'm wondering about your parking for staff with only 3 spots.
Yeah.
Did you all have a cook?
No, we don't have a cook.
You won't have a cook on
No.
site?
No.
You're bringing in the food?
Through our staff, I'll let Bonnie speak to this.
Okay, I'm just curious, yeah. Hi.
Hi there. Okay, so we have food handler guides that everyone's supposed to have. So every staff member has to go to a course, so you're able to cook for the children, and we have all of the amenities to do that.
Okay, well, that's different. I thought you'd be, kitchen and preparing. Okay, that's very good. I'm excited. I like this plan. I think it's very well, it's really needed in our community.
definitely
So,
needed.
Yeah.
and to
And,
know that the region is on board and their subsidized spots, that's even better,
Yeah.
so.
And it truly is a beautiful little place, right? It really will like taking your child to a home. It's
That's great. Thank you very much.
absolutely.
Sorry, I actually just wanted to add something to the mayor there. When you were talking about curb appeal, we were actually going to be doing like a white picket fence, just so you could get the image in your head to know what exactly we were looking for. So we're picturing a white picket fence that will be 4 feet tall, but at least you would be able to see. And I always make sure that my staff keep the area clean, the grass is cut, toys are put away properly and cleaned and exactly just to make it look pretty.
That's good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the delegation, or to the presenters. as a young father, obviously this is a big need in the community, so I think it's a great idea. I just want to acknowledge and maybe just draw your attention to and see if you have any concerns that there is the potential that there could be a cannabis dispensary across the street in that Pizza Plaza. Just wondering if you have any concern, and you're relatively close to the LCBO, but just if you have any concerns, because that is a little more politically hot button topic, so do you have any concerns at all about that?
To be honest, I mean, again, the hours that we're operating, you know, from 7:30 to 5:30, I don't really, I think it's a sign of the times that they're gonna be around, right? In our other Beamsville location, there's actually a grow up that's just down the street, so when we first opened up, it wasn't legal, and we used to have complaints that, what's that smell? Where is that coming from? And initially, we didn't know where it was coming from, but then it was something down. So we had some concerns at that point that we dealt with some of our families, but it's, I don't know whether they moved, but I haven't smelt it. You know, maybe there's all these legal ones now, but yeah, I don't foresee that it should be a problem.
So I actually know about it because I live in the area, and I actually walked around to see what was near, and I know that they're actually not even close to selling it in that location, so I'm not personally worried. I do know that the person that would sell it is not legal for them until April 2019, and they haven't even gotten their motions passed. So for our opening, I'm not concerned. But again, like you said, it is legal now. But parents, I think, have enough respect for little children to not endanger their lives.
Thank you.
Councillor Pachariva.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for your presentation. So you guys have you said Grimsby, so you're at the corner of Mountain View and King Street as well. So this would be your third location, correct? Okay. Just, the only question arises with the two parking spots on May Street and the drop-off. Both of my kids are in post-secondary school, but they used to go to daycare, and that 5 to 5:30 was a whirlwind pickup time. So just a question to staff, and I walked the dogs there on Saturday and Sunday, and I wasn't really paying attention. Parking on May Street, there is no parking on the street? Okay.
The answer is no.
The answer is no. Okay, so you've got your stuff timed to the pickup? Like, that's my only issue, is because before, like, the daycare that we used, I mean, it doesn't exist anymore, it was in the old town hall, and there was probably 20 spots there. So,
Probably bigger daycare in the sense we're smaller, quainter, little center, but
So I do understand about rush hour and all of that comes along with it. However, think of it this way. A parent that's dropping off at 7:30, they're really not there for 15 minutes. A parent that's dropping off their children at 7:30, they're in, they're out, they're maybe there for 5-6 minutes because they don't have time. They need to get on the highway and continue. Parents that need to come and pick up their kids, again, maybe they have a child that's in elementary and they need to go to a different location as well. But there's not that many parents that come at the time. It's actually between 3:30 and 5:30 that parents really do come and pick up their kids.
Okay.
The 5 to 5:30, there's maybe 4 families.
okay, just, I mean, I'm using myself as a personal example. I mean, I'm there at 7:30, I'm there at 5:45, right? So I'm like, I get that most people have the opportunity to work 7.5-hour day, right? But there's others that don't, and you know what, there has been a need of this forever, so, thank you.
Councillor Mikulik.
Thank you, Chair, through you to the presenters. Currently, this property is owned R1, and that's for a single-family residential. Am I correct?
I thought it was multi-use. I honestly
Maybe
can't
staff could
speak to
answer that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. It is zoned for residential. However, with our official plan, the designation is mixed use.
Yeah.
There.
Okay, so mixed use, and that's in the official plan
Yeah.
as being mixed use, okay. So there would be an amendment made to this zoning currently?
Yeah, that's correct. That's what's before you now. It's a zoning bylaw amendment application because in this residential zone that it's in, you can have a very, very small kind of private daycare that's accessory to residential, but this is going to be the principal use of the property, the daycare. That's why we have to go through the zoning amendment, but the official plan does allow for the use.
And what would that new use be classified as?
Yeah, it'll be classified as a daycare center.
Okay, and that, okay, what's a typical zoning for a daycare? With 20 students, 20
Yeah.
children?
Yeah, a typical would be probably commercial zoning for something like that.
Okay, and then, yeah, again, my concern, having been through the daycare years, is the pickup and with, maybe, how many students do you have right now? Or children in your care?
In the other centers?
In Vineland, or in Beamsville, sorry.
In Beamsville, our
At this
Beamsville
location.
Center, we have,
Currently.
We have 32 families at the
Sorry.
Beamsville, and we have a two-year wait list. And so we would like to relieve the families out of that and open up the Lincoln one. So it would technically, we have 35 families at Grimsby, 32 at Beamsville, and a wait list for Lincoln.
No, but at this particular location, is there any?
Well, no, there's just a wait list because we haven't really been able to announce
So
it.
this
because we
isn't
haven't-
open, this isn't
not
open
open yet.
currently?
no, that's.
No.
this is-
Even with 5 students, or
No,
the maximum?
no, it's
Okay,
just
sorry,
sitting waiting.
All right, that I'm learning, okay. Okay. All right, thank you.
Councillor Rijima.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. I'm very happy that this is happening. I know that I'm the council's representative on the Chamber of Commerce, and one of the board members has been quite active in looking for places for daycare. That he knows that there's a need, and I know that there was temporary facilities happening at BDSS for a while, so he's been quite vocal about the need. So I'm happy about that. It's a lovely spot. I love that house. Looks great. Yeah, I look at that house all the time when I'm driving around. Love that house. I was going to say that when I was campaigning, I talked to a couple of people on Ontario Street that had concerns with the way that the light there is timed. So when somebody's traveling from Shoppers Drug Mart across the road, that they see struggles with people trying to cross the road that way. So from Shoppers Drug Mart over to you. So in this process, I think maybe it would be good for us to make sure that everything there is timed properly. So in case, you're taking children for walks across that road. So just be aware of that. And I'm vocalizing this as input toward this zoning amendment.
Great.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you for coming, and I also echo the council's comments that this is exciting. It's, absolutely a need in our community. I would also share, the thought that you're on main drag, down Ontario Street, very busy. And, with my experience with my two, when they were going to daycare, it was very busy at 5 o'clock. It was very busy, and it was very busy prior to 8 o'clock. Because those that are working office hours, that's what they're working. So, when I saw the plan, I too was concerned. And I did ask Mr. Bruder about parking on May Street because, to have 2 parking spots there, I got a feeling if you got 20 students, you're gonna have more than 2 cars there at any one time. And I would think that between 5 and 5:30 anyway, you're gonna get a rush of cars. And great to hear that they're gonna be in and out quickly and that the kids will be ready to go because I don't know if you're aware, but across the street, there will be a development, that will have some density to it, and there'll be, cars there as well. So just a comment. So I'm looking for a mover that council receive zoning bylaw amendment application PLZBA 201-80178 in the name of Eileen Hunter Cook for information, and that a recommendation report be prepared once all comments have been received and issues have been addressed. Councillor Rijima, thank you for that. And those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Thank you for coming. And before we take a quick break, I would like to go back to the previous open or public meeting, and I apologize, as your chair, I did not do a good job on this particular report, so I'm going to ask for a mover to the proper recommendation. Okay, and I'm going to go through that, so I'd ask for a mover for the recommendation that council approve zoning bylaw amendment application PLZ AC 02019011 in the name of Alice Claimer, and council approve a bylaw to discharge the site plan agreement registered on May 1st, 1991 as instrument number 627307, and council approve a bylaw to discharge the site plan agreement registered on June 8th, 2015 as instrument number NR 387256 from the severed lands. Councilor Pachariva is the mover. Do I have those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you for your indulgence in that. So let's take 10 minutes. 10 minutes, and we're going to start without Councilor Pachariva if he's not back. So 10 minutes, we'll start at 23:02. Thank you. Okay, so we have heard all registered delegations at this time. So we move on to item number 6, presentations. And we have Director Dale and our Economic Development Officer Paul Deaney to present the Economic Development and Planning and Development Department 2018 Activity and 2019 Work Plan. Floor is yours.
So basically what we're going to cover is some of the
Julie.
highlights, development review, activities, some of the economic indicators, our building permit activity, our bylaw enforcement activity, major projects, some of the interests from an economic development point of view, and then we can either take questions as we go through the slides, or we can do questions at the end, whichever the chair decides.
How about we move through the presentation, and then we'll cover questions at the end. Thank you.
Okay, so Planning and Development Services is involved with planning services, building services, and bylaw enforcement. There you go, Paul.
Yes, thank you. So some of the services that the Economic Development Department does provide include supporting our existing businesses to help them grow and expand in Lincoln, investment attraction, stakeholder support through our stakeholders in the community, as well as government relations. So that's working with others at Town Hall to ensure proper channels of communications are open both with the region, provincial and federal governments.
Okay, so in 2018, Planning and Development staff reported on a whole host of provincial policy initiatives, so they're on the screen there for you. These provincial policy initiatives are in various stages, and with the new provincial government, there's going to be a whole host of new changes probably this year. So this is a continuous process to comment on a lot of the provincial initiatives. Okay, so some of the things that we did in 2018, we completed the Beamsville and the Prudhomme secondary plan. So the Beamsville one was for the GO Transit secondary plan. The province handed down the responsibility for residential maintenance standards that used to be enforced by the province. That's now being enforced by our bylaw department. We updated the Clean Yards bylaw. The region put out some draft transportation policies. There was a report on that. The region is currently reviewing its Smarter Niagara Incentive Programs, or SNIP for short, so that review is ongoing. There was also some consultation regarding the Heritage Committee put together a list of what we call listed properties that are not yet designated. So they've got a draft list, and we've gone through the public consultation for that, and there's going to be some more consultation. And at some point, those properties will find their way onto an approved list by council. In regards to the planning department, there's a lot of overlap between what planning does with all of the other departments. So there was a lot of support with other departments, whether it was, development charges study, the transportation master plan, the economic development department, economic development strategy and action plan, employment lands analysis, and the industrial and rural areas community improvement plan. So I think it's important to note that there's a lot of work that happens among departments. It's very much a group effort. In regards to planning, as I mentioned, there's a draft heritage registry. At this point, it's in a draft form. There was one property designated this year. That was the Camden United Church. So some of the other highlights for last year, the Clean Yards bylaw was completed. There was a draft bylaw for the noise bylaw, so that will be coming back to committee. There was consultation for the animal care and control bylaw, which is the subject of a report tonight. The public property and private property sign bylaws. Also, we've established some kennel inspection processes with the current provider. We have established property standards appeal process. The contract, which is referred to as ARIS, that's really so that we have unpaid revenue, you have a mechanism to actually collect that. And for committee's information, the parking revenue increased last year by 74%, so that's actually a good thing. So we're actually collecting more money from parking tickets now that we have a process to actually collect them if they don't pay.
Thank you. So in terms of highlights for the Economic Development Department in terms of 2018, of course, it was a banner year for economic development. We worked on and adopted our 5-year map for economic growth through our economic development strategy. Obviously, the main goal for that is getting an official economic development program up and running in the town of Lincoln that never officially had one in the past. Of course, the focus on the strategy is business retention expansion, investment attraction, and investment readiness. And no surprise to anyone around the horseshoe this evening, our main sectors of focus are agriculture, food and beverage production, tourism, and manufacturing. In addition, 2018 highlight includes working closely with planning and development on the employment lands analysis, as well as the ongoing industrial and rural areas community improvement plan, which will be coming to council shortly in terms of updating you on that. As well as working closely with our Executive Director of the Downtown Beamsville BIA to ensure the expansion, which has gone through smoothly with minimal concerns from the public. In addition, continue engagement with businesses in Lincoln to convey to them that Lincoln is open for business and that we appreciate their investment. In addition, some project highlights, working closely with planning and development on the outdoor travel project. This was working closely with planning to issue or to solve the issue that MTO had regarding stormwater management on that piece of property. In addition, again, working with planning and development for the Corney produce development down at Durham and the service road, as well as working with planning, again, to solve some of the issues that the NEC had around the Mountain View Orchards development. The Cherry Creek greenhouses saw their first phase of their expansion happen in 2018, and we'll see more of that in the following years. In addition, the Hendricks Greenhouse and Freeman Herbs ongoing support for their expansion.
Okay, so for committee's information, there was quite a bit of development that was reviewed by committee last year. A number of those projects have gone from the subdivision agreement stage to the servicing stage, and there are now homes under construction. For example, Cherry Heights subdivision, there's homes under construction there. There's also homes under construction in Cretero Homes, the Willamette Landing site plan, and shortly there'll be homes being constructed in Vista Ridge Phase 1. We also reviewed a number of major applications, the EarthCode application. There was a zoning and site plan approval. That was the agricultural cultivation flooring equipment. Paul has mentioned the Corneef application. Maple Leaf Nurseries also had an application for a landscaping business. GVS Holdings, a site plan application for a greenhouse and greenhouse parts warehouse. The Camden Fire Hall, which I understand is now finished and occupied. There was a site plan by Flavor Art for an addition in the industrial area. Gloma was another one that had an addition in the industrial park. Cohen Pack, another industrial addition. And then also Dorkin Systems, another industrial addition. So there's been quite a bit of development in relation to additions to some industrial buildings. The next slide just provides a summary of all of the different applications that planning is involved in. And what I can say is that there has been a steady increase in applications over the past several years, and we do expect that to continue. I think the major thing to highlight for is our building permit activity. So last year, we had a record amount of construction value, 127 million, 642 permits, 368 residential homes. And the one thing to keep in mind is this is, in order to get there, there's a lot of work that's done up front by all of the departments. So whether it's the fire department commenting on fire access, the Economic Development Department commenting from an economic development point of view, our Public Works and Development Engineering staff looking at it from a servicing point of view, Finance Department, letters of credit, and there's quite a bit of input in order to get to that point. So there was a lot of stuff in the last couple of years that had gone through a planning process, and in last year a lot of those did get their building permits, and so we had a fairly high construction value. We expect that the construction value based on some of the projects that are going through the planning process is also going to be high this year. The other thing to keep in mind too is you issue a lot of building permits, and what happens a couple years later is you get a lot of people move in, you get increase in servicing expectations. So some of our other departments, such as community services, or roads, because you have more roads to take care of or more parks to take care of. So growth will actually affect those types of departments at a later date. So it's just something to keep in mind, that this huge amount of development, there's a lot of work that goes along with it. In regards to bylaw enforcement, again, we've also seen a sort of a steady increase in the number of complaints as well as the number of parking tickets issued. It's hard to say what this is as a result of, but I think a lot of it is, it's a growing community. So when you have a growing community, you have more population, you tend to get, more complaints.
So in terms of some economic indicators for Lincoln, so as some of these numbers have been presented to council in the past, but we have approximately just under 12,000 jobs in the town of Lincoln. The major top sectors being manufacturing, healthcare and social assistance, and agriculture. In terms of our workforce comparing to the Ontario average, we have seen a workforce participation rate of 1.4% increase, an employment rate increase, an unemployment rate drop, as well as a partial or small percentage increase to full-time employment rate job ratio here in the town of Lincoln. In terms of affordable homes, our average home sale price for 2017 was about $512,000, and our relative affluence in terms of our community is about a mean average or household income of about $75,000. Some additional economic indicators for the municipality. We have a high agricultural produce here, obviously, in the town of Lincoln in terms of $250,000 or $1 billion rather of total gross farm receipts, and that accounts for about 13% of total farm receipts across the greater Golden Horseshoe. And of course, in our community, we have the highest concentration of greenhouses in Niagara. In terms of tourism, we're reaching out to about Niagara's 12.7 million visitors annually. We have over 50 wineries, craft beers, cidery, distilleries, obviously Jordan Village, Balls Falls, and a number of festivals in the community. In terms of our manufacturing, over the past 5 years, we have seen about a 15% increase, and a lot of this actually accounts for our beverage wine production, includes a large increase in terms of those job numbers, about 602. And one of my favorite stats that I think you've heard me say before is in terms of Lincoln, we have about 22 times the provincial average when it comes to bottle or beverage manufacturing in the town of Lincoln. So that's a great number to be talking about in our community.
So for 2019, there's a number of things that the planning department is going to be involved in. Tonight you have a report on the growth plan. There was a report on Bill 66, which is the bill proposing to allow employment uses. There's been some changes to that, so there's going to be a further report on that. There's been an interim control bylaw passed, so we'll have to establish some zoning provisions for cannabis cultivation and production. We need to look at some zoning provisions for public uses and seasonal tents. There's a new zoning bylaw that's going to be worked on this year. The major application that's going to involve a lot of staff time, not only from planning development, but as I mentioned, all of the other departments in the town, is going to be the Prud'home's applications. Those are going to be the subject of open houses and public meetings shortly. There's the completion of the Prud'home's Community Improvement Plan, so the interim report is on the agenda tonight, as well as the Animal Care and Control Bylaw. As I mentioned previously, there's a number of what we call listed heritage properties. So, you know, that has to be implemented through actually a formal approval by council, because that's what gives you some teeth in order to start preserving some of those buildings. That, you know, there's going to be a continuation of designating heritage properties. Again, the Economic Development Department is doing an industrial and rural area CIP, so planning staff are assisting with that. A new public and private property sign bylaws are in the works. There'll be further consultation on those. The private parking bylaw was the subject of a report earlier this year, and that will come back, and that was really to support the businesses in our community. We're looking at initiating designs for gateways and assisting economic development staff with the tourism strategy. We're also looking at trying to come up with some sort of tree preservation policy, and that policy will require input from all of the departments that are involved in that. It's not just development, it's also our community services staff, for example. Our current cash in lieu of parkland policies, the bylaw that we have is really, really old. The province made some changes to the Planning Act, so we need to update that to bring it in line with the Planning Act. We also need to complete the noise bylaw, some updates to our property standards and site alteration bylaws, any assistance for public works staff for the transportation master plan. As well, there's the Jordan design, so there's some involvement from planning staff as well as a number of other staff. The other thing that we're also looking at is the Administrative Monetary Penalty System, or AMPS, and that allows you to actually issue tickets. And we're looking at trying to include other bylaws in that, so you can use a ticketing process rather than a much more detailed, long process to enforce those bylaws. Last year, the council's passed a special events policy, so we're actually reviewing that. We're going to bring a report back on that to outline how successful we thought it was, or whether there's been some concerns with that. And so that report will come back to committee. Last year, the committee was provided with some work that the region did on Ontario Street. Ontario Street does need some work. There's direction for it in some of our existing CIPs, as well as the official plan. So that project is expected to continue. The region is still working on its comprehensive review, which is an update to the regional official plan. Planning staff will be involved in that, and there'll be reports to committee. The region is also, along with all the local municipality, is updating their memorandum of understanding, and this is the working relationship that we have with the region as to who does what. So that is being updated, so there'll be a report on that at a later date. As well, as I mentioned previously, the regional SNP program, or regional incentives, is going to get reviewed by the region. It was put on hold. So that will have to be reported back. And we also have to look at that relative to some of our existing CIPs and how some of that funding works.
In terms of some 2019 priorities and major projects for economic development, of course, implementing our economic development strategy that we passed in this past September. Our tourism strategy, gateway design, and wayfinding signage. This project has been initiated. An RFP has actually been out, and we will be doing that in Q1, Q2, and Q3 of 2019. Finalize the industrial and rural areas community improvement plan along with our planning and development staff. Continue to work with our business to help them grow, so focus on business retention and expansion. Continue to work with Team Niagara to help sell Lincoln and the Niagara region, so investment attraction. And of course, ongoing government relation activities with the feds and the province. This slide here, I put together in terms of what I'm hearing on the economic development front. Obviously, you know, a lot of calls and inquiries that do come into my office. But not just my office, obviously planning and development field some calls as well. We have people that walk in, so I'm getting leads from communications from everyone across the town. But almost on a daily basis, we're receiving calls from potential investors for business relocations and expansion opportunities here in the town. Industrial space is still running at a high demand. As you can imagine, the cost of industrial land in the GTA has forced some companies to look into the Niagara region, which is a great thing for our community. Retail space, we are fielding calls for those looking to rent retail space in town, not just Beamsville, but we're fielding some calls for Vineland and Jordan and so on. Food and beverage production, we're still obviously a hotspot for beverage production here in the town of Lincoln, so we are getting calls on the winery, on the distillery, and on the brewery side of things. And of course, our accommodation requests. We're still getting a lot of interest from GTA developers looking to build boutique hotels. A lot of them want to do them on the Greenbelt, so we're working on how we can do that. But at the end of the day, we are fielding calls for the accommodation space. Thank you, Chair. Over to you.
Thank you, Kathleen and Paul. Very, very exciting times. There's a lot in there, both from what have we done and what have we got to do. So I'm going to turn it over to Council. Councillor Rajima.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. Thank you very much for the presentation. What's clear is that everybody's been very busy for a long time, and there's a lot of results clearly in that presentation. And thank you for also noting that it's not just planning economic development that's been doing the work all the time, but there's been a lot of pre-work that's all led up to that massive amount of construction value that we saw. I want to thank you for the private parking bylaw that I presented that at our chamber meeting a couple of weeks ago, and people were happy. I think it's an important initiative. I'm excited about the industrial and rural CIP. I think that's, we've been talking about that for a while, and I'm quite excited. And also, there was an email came out a couple of weeks ago about geotourism. So I don't remember exactly what that was about, but I read up on what geotourism is, and I think that's something I'd like to hear more about. And I think that would help support some of what you were saying, Paul, about some challenges we have with tourism in the Niagara Escarpment area. So yeah, not a question, I guess mostly comments. Thank you.
Councillor Mikulik.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the presenters, to staff. Yeah, I'm blown away by all the, the exciting things that are happening in the construction and the planning that's involved with it. And we've even had to hire additional staff with regards to some of the larger projects that we have. My feeling is that the region stands to gain quite a bit from the development that Lincoln is proposing in the future. Is there a way for us to lobby the region for some funds to help us pay for the additional staffing that may be required? Or is that just a question squeezing blood from a stone?
Through you to our,
Through you, Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
probably a question
CAO.
better directed to me in terms of that advocacy I do with my colleagues at the region. I mean, I think it's an interesting point, Councillor, definitely something I'll take up, with the region. I think there's often sharing or cooperative type agreements that we do put in place with them. I know other municipalities have looked at secondments and so forth, and Actually, I was actually at the region this morning and joked with one of their planning staff that now would be a good time for to second them here to us. So definitely something that's top of mind, and now that it's been raised in a more formal way, I'll definitely take that and continue to have those conversations. But I don't know if Paul and or Kathleen have anything to add. They're gesturing me, so.
Yes, thank you, Chair, through you to the councillor. I mean, you saw in my presentation, I made a reference to Team Niagara. That is basically, you know, myself and the other economic development colleagues, both at the region and in other municipalities, that get together on a regular basis. In fact, I was actually at the region this morning, and I do leverage them for support. For the region does provide a lot of economic data, some support in terms of investment attraction. So we do, there's a cross collaboration, not just with the region, but other municipalities as well. So that happens on a daily basis.
I appreciate the data, but I think we need money. You know, I'd like to see us receive some money, you know. That's all. Thank you.
Councillor Reimer.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you very much for this report. There's a lot of stuff going on. That 2018 building permit number, the construction value, that's actually staggering. That's to go from 1 year to the next. And just all you touched on it, Kathleen, all the involvement of the different departments that had before that and now we're going to have after that, that's quite a number. Just a couple of questions, and I apologize already because it's something that you reported on, but a Coles Note version of page 50, the residential rental maintenance standards. Just like a 2-sentence or 3-sentence, what is that, just
Okay,
for?
so if a tenant has a complaint about, say, the condition of their property, because we have a property standards bylaw, so previously it would be the province dealing with those types of complaints. So now if we have a tenant, we don't have a lot of, like, it's not a high volume of work, it's an additional responsibility. So now if somebody has a complaint, we can use our property standards bylaw to deal with the complaint. So bylaw staff would actually respond to those complaints, whereas in the past it would have been somebody from the province.
How, and from the province before, what did that look like? Who did that from the province, or how was that?
I don't actually know the name of the province that
Or
would
the
have done
department, yeah.
that. It would have, yeah,
Okay.
not too sure, but now it's a responsibility
Of
of
ours.
all the local municipalities, and it's enforced through our property standards bylaw.
Okay, thank you. And one other, if I could. Just, I guess, more of a comment from you, Kathleen, and from Paul, too. Just on the, you mentioned the manufacturing numbers, like in our industrial land is kind of limited. Like, does it, like long range, 5, 10 year, 15 year, like, are we gonna run out? Or is there enough rotation? Like, do enough people, you know, like, close their operations and make it open? Or, you know, you just mentioned about Toronto looking down here and you know, we've talked about, you know, the shortage. Are we gonna run out sometime, or?
Okay, the short answer is, our lands are surrounded by the Greenbelt Plan.
Yeah.
So, in the report that's being presented tonight on the growth plan changes, at this point, there isn't any opportunity for us to expand our urban area boundaries because we're surrounded by specialty crop. So at some point, we are going to run out of what you call strictly industrial land. But what we're also finding is that we are getting some what we call agricultural value-added type uses. And some of those uses do have manufacturing jobs associated with them. For example, a winery or a distillery or a brewery. So there is an industrial component to that. So I think in the future, we're not going to see a lot of, you know, big industrial buildings in the industrial park because we don't have a lot of land. But I think what we will see is growth in the ag-related, agritourism, agricultural value-added component of the industrial side.
Thank you.
And I could, through you, Chair, I just can quickly add, I mean, Kathleen pretty much answered it for me as well, but I mean, we are seeing a demand and a need for more industrial land. So I am getting a lot of calls, or, you know, I need 100,000 or 220,000 square feet, or, you know, I need an acre, 80-acre site. Our employment and lands analysis obviously did show the shortage, but thankfully we are seeing some commercial lands come up. You know, there's going to be some commercial at Prudhome's that will be considered employment as well. Some along Ontario Street. I think of the Court lands, 38 acres. So we do see some other opportunities. There is turnover in our industrial park, and there are a few spots in our industrial park that are coming online as well in the next year or two. So we are seeing some increase there, but there is a shortage for sure.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Timmers?
Thank you, Chair McPherson, through you to staff. This is a fabulous report, and so much going on here. So many positives. But I'm going to just go to a couple of areas that interest me, kind of jump out at me, is the designations. So I just wanted to, just a little housekeeping correction here. We actually designated more than one in 2018. We designated 3. So I just thought I'd throw that out there. BDSS, Beansville High School, Mountain Mennonite Cemetery, and Ebenezer Christian School, the former Camden School, were all designated in 2018. And I also just wanted to ask about one of your priorities, and is to get the registrar, the list. Any idea on timeline when we can get that to council and get that ratified? Because daily, people can come forward with a request for a permit, and our list is still not secure.
With the, initially, when the list was first prepared by the Heritage Committee, and then there was a PIC, we did get a lot of opposition from some people because they don't want their property on a list. There was a number of people that were supported, so the intent is for, once we get a Heritage Committee in place, is for staff to bring a report back, probably the early part of the second quarter, with some recommendations.
Okay. And just one other
Sure.
question, through to Paul. If you could just speak about the tourism strategy, just kind of, just a big picture, like what do we need to do? What are we looking at? What will it encompass? Just,
Thank you, Chair, through you. So, big picture, I mean, really, we're going to be looking at how we can get a larger piece of the tourism pie that Niagara currently experiences. I made a reference of about 12 million visitors annually that come to Niagara. The lion's share, obviously, as you can imagine, goes to Niagara Falls. So the goal is how do we get them to come off that highway and come into our community. Thankfully, we're seeing more and more people come into our community in terms of visiting the beautiful assets that we have from the tourism side of things. But the strategy is going to look at how do we get more of that bigger piece in that pie. In addition, we're going to be looking at, how does the municipality go a little bit more all in on tourism? As you know, Councillor, we've really contracted out tourism to the Tony Valley Tourism Association for the past 20-odd years. So the idea is look at how do we look at a new model, potentially working with our partners, or the TVTA, in terms of how we do more and get more involved in the tourism space. In addition to the strategy itself, we'll be looking at, as I had referenced, a wayfinding signage program, as well as some urban gateway design. From a big picture. And we'll be working obviously closely with our public works staff, our planning staff, as well as communications and so on. So it's really an all-in, and how do we tie that into some of the other projects in terms of our Parks Master Plan, our Transportation Master Plan and such. So how do we bring it all together?
very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. And Mayor Easton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is a great report because there's so much in it that is measurable, and it is an outstanding volume of work that you've done. So thank you very much for doing that on our behalf. It has really positioned our community, I think, much better than it ever has been. I do have a question about the relationship that we have. Our traditional relationships are with BIA and with TVTA. But I'm involved now with the Geopark proposal. And of course, this is not a regulatory matter, it's an opportunity matter. And it means that it's a way of bringing more money into our community for sure, easier than trying to get the staff of the region to give us money. However, I'd just like you to speak a little bit more about that, because it seems now that we need to start talking, it's sort of, we have to fish or cut bait on this tourism thing, and there's more players now out there than there has been in the past, and they're players that are going to be really good for us to be involved in. So I would like you to talk a little bit about that, because Then I'm going to ask you a question about the per capita investment that we're making in tourism and compare that to some other communities. We haven't talked about that for a long time, so I'd like to know about that.
Thank you, Chair, through you to the Mayor. So, I mean, the first part of your question, Your Worship, you know, as we develop our tourism strategy, we're going to be looking at different partners that we can work with on the tourism space. As I had stated, you know, there are millions of visitors that every year go down to Niagara Falls. How do we get them to come more into our community? So working closely with some tourism stakeholders, the Geopark as you gave an example. So as we develop that strategy, really working with stakeholders on how we up our game when it comes to the tourism side of things. So we don't want to create this strategy alone. We want to do it in tandem with our partners, and that includes our assets already in the community, but also other assets outside of the community and how we really focus ourselves on tourism. In terms of the second part of your question, so currently Lincoln, and we'll be coming back to council with some more numbers, but currently in our community we spend about $2.14 per capita on tourism. I can, just off the top of my head, I don't have the piece of paper in front of me, but other municipalities in the Niagara region, for example, Niagara-on-Lake, spend somewhere probably in the $6 to $8 range per capita on tourism. Prince Edward County, for example, spends, I think it's closer to $8 or $9 per capita when it comes to tourism, and these are small municipalities, obviously similar to ourselves. So on the tourism side of things, we haven't budgeted a lot in terms of tourism, but we're talking obviously with our colleagues, and once we do the strategy, we'll talk about some of that funding model and how we can bring forward potentially some increased funding.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, to Ms. Dale, I wanted to ask you about urban design. And we did have, it wasn't a formal secondment, but we did have one of the urban designers from the region do quite a rendering of Ontario Street. And I'm very, very keen to see what our plans are for that, but I would also like to add Vineland and Regional 81 to that. And this is all about preparing the community, Mr. Chairman, for development. And you can see that nothing stands still, and, you know, tonight we had the application for the daycare center on Ontario Street. And I worry that it's only going to take one developer to come in with some outrageous plan that is nowhere near what, of course, what we would like. And so I'd like to know how you plan to handle this, because again, it does not fit within the Planning Act, but this is about community building, and I would like to know more about that and whether there's any possibility, I hope there's a possibility, that this is going to get on the list, because I think this is really going to save our bacon in the long term as far as planning is concerned.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, there's a couple other initiatives that are underway. There's the region completed their environmental assessment for King Street and Vineland. So one of the things that the region is going to be doing is they're going to be doing for the King Street area in Vineland, they're actually going to be doing detailed design, and they will be looking at, you know, changes to the road, sidewalks, streetscaping, those types of things as it relates to the road. So that actually will start with, you know, sort of a good, I guess, spine. And then I think what we can do once, like, that has to actually go through, you know, a process at the region. There's input from the town. There's PICs. So that will deal with kind of the road, the stuff within the right-of-way. But it does also make sense to also look at, you know, what's going to happen on either side. The other thing that is happening too is in Jordan, there's the design that's being done to urbanize a number of the streets, King Street and Main Street, and close the one end of Main Street. So there's that as well that's going to be, you know, going to look at some of the designs for that. So as part of that project, that can also be supplemented with some urban design work. There's a lot of policy basis for it, but it's a matter of taking some of the stuff and kind of putting it into more of a drawing form.
Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, my question then to the CAO would be, what could we expect in terms of this kind of, I mean, these two pieces, this is very important, but we need to get, these are three major retail areas. Beamsville obviously is part of that. How do we go about this? It's a huge demand on workload, but we're only going to get one crack at this. What's realistic?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I mean, I think, the mayor makes a good comment and definitely something that we're aware of and cognizant of. And as I said, just this morning, I ran into one of the planners at the region and had that very conversation with them. So I think in saying that, it is something we want to look at holistically. It is something we want to bring back and start, I think, conceptually and in a more detailed fashion, have that conversation with the community. Because I think, as you said, readying the community for what that change will look like in the future is an important element of what we do in terms of engagement and reaching out.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I just noticed that I had a note here about marketing versus event planning, and I just want to make that point because this whole business of marketing is where we need to have our eyes focused on. Mr. Chairman, I want to ask Mr. Danny a question around how many new businesses and how many expanding businesses did we experience in 2018? Because I can't remember the number, but I know it was big. So I just want to feel good for another moment when I hear that number.
Thank you, Chair. Through your worship, your test of my memory, if I recall correctly, I think it was 42 new businesses, and I think in the high 20s or 30s in terms of expansions as well. So
Okay.
they were really good numbers, but I apologize, I can get back to the committee in terms of the exact
I
numbers.
should have asked you before. My serious question, Mr. Chairman, is around an industrial park. So I know that there's areas of the town where, maybe there could be a conversion, maybe, in the analysis of how land is used, there could be some changes, but in fact, and we talked about this, and it was one of the reasons that we went to Holland, because we wanted to see how those industrial parks were achieved. We need to get greenhouses up out of the tender fruit area, and I've made no bones about this with the greenhouse operators. But in terms of industrial park being developed up on above the escarpment on the non-greenbelt land, is that a possibility? And is it on the agenda?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, to your worship. So, something we're going to want to chat with my colleagues in the planning department for. As Director Dale's saying, it is still prime agricultural land up there, but you're right, it's not in the greenbelt. So there might be some possibilities in terms of what we can do. Obviously, the further you get away from the highway corridor, the lands become a little less attractive in terms of industrial. But something we can chat with our colleagues and get back to you on.
Right, well, maybe we need a marketing plan for that. I'm feeling very positive, Mr. Chairman. This is a great report, and great work on all the departments to produce this outcome. It really is something to be very proud of, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Easton. And we have Councillor Pachariva.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll make it rather brief. With respect to marketing and tourism dollars that Prince Edward County and Niagara-on-the-Lake contribute, to the mayor's question, Niagara-on-the-Lake has a DMF, so a destination marketing fee, that they use strictly for marketing the area. Prince Edward County has recently developed that, but there's also a municipal accommodation tax that you can be looking at, because what a lot of the municipalities in the tourism areas are finding is that you don't want to be putting that mechanism on the backs of your existing taxpayers. So it should be the transient accommodation sector that's actually paying for that. So anyone that stays less than 30 days, that's a thing that we should be looking at. With respect to the tree preservation policy, Kathleen, is that for developments that are occurring, or what is that? Because in the past, we've had that, it came up tonight, the, development in Vineland, a couple of the existing aged trees are going to be removed. Is that what that's speaking to?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yeah, the intent is it would address development, but I think also too, it needs to also address things such as if you're redoing a road project, you should be putting in street trees. So it's really to look at both sides of it.
Okay, so not so, because you threw out community service because, and they're not here tonight to speak to it, but we talked about it, a couple of years ago. There was an urban forestry program that came forward, but it was nothing more than an emerald ash borer replacement. We really need to look at that going forward, because presently there's nothing that's done to those boulevard trees until they're removed. Like, they're not trimmed, they're not maintained, they're not watered, anything like that. Or if we need to do that, I think there's a outreach that we need to do to the residents to say, you can help do that. But I like to see the tree preservation, because that's something where we've been falling down in the past. So thank you for that.
Councillor Russell.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Echo everybody's comments. This is a great report. Again, seeing everything trending in the right way. It's very exciting to see, again, tourism taking off. We're seeing new businesses come in. We're seeing loads of people come in. My concern is the product that they get when they come in, even for the first time, second time. And I'm thinking Beamsville in particular, driving up Ontario and getting just hit sign after sign after sign after sign after sign of tacky advertisements. And I know we have an evolution of bylaw, and I'm just wondering, do we have a plan to address our vision? Again, Mayor Easton kind of mentioned the vision of the main thoroughfares of our towns, of how we can bring it up to a vision that we all can be proud of and appreciate. At the same time, not necessarily impact the businesses, but maybe through the BIA have some sort of concerted effort to help them communicate their business needs and desires and all that type of thing. And just one other quick question on bylaw. Are we ever going to get to a point where bylaw enforcement will go out and actively seek bylaw violations as opposed to just responding to complaints?
So in regards to the signage, probably use Ontario Street as an example, as was mentioned, Mr. Chairman. So part of that is the private property sign bylaw needs to be updated to address some of that signage. And I mean, there are different avenues you can go. You can go with a fairly strict sign bylaw, which a number of signs would no longer be permitted, or you can be more flexible. But I think also we need to work with the BIA and the businesses, because there are some, depending on where their business is, there are some opportunities through the CIP program for them to put in new signage. So there are ways to, beautify it rather than all that, I'm going to call them all those ugly signs up and down Ontario Street. In regards to bylaw enforcement, we do operate on a complaint basis, but we also, on an ongoing basis, we are trying to be more proactive. So yes, it's reactive, but we also want to be proactive as well.
In that same vein, so we recently had a question come from a business on Ontario that had a sign violation that was too close to the sidewalk. And it had to be removed, but the other 14 were, because nobody complained about the other 14, some person complained about the one, that it had to be removed. So is there at least a standard that can be applied to, if you're going to impact one sign or one individual, one business, that it would impact the rest on that same thoroughfare? Because it doesn't seem very fair.
Mr. Chairman, the short answer would be yes, but you need to get the sign bylaw updated so it can be better enforced.
Okay.
Great question. Thank you. And my final comments would be, I like where the mayor's going on Vineland. I think there's a timing there that is important with, of course, Prudham's coming, down the near road. And, when out knocking on doors, I heard a lot about connected communities and not being connected. When you look at those that are in Brookside and those that are down 23rd, we need to figure out how we connect those folks to the downtown. But I would agree wholeheartedly that the timing with the region coming with a new road and new look and new feel, I'm sure that's going to be, as nice or nicer than what we currently see in downtown Beamsville, from a lamps and streetscaping and things like that. So the timing, I think, is really good to be looking at you know, what is the downtown Vineland future? You know, what does it look like? So, you know, couldn't agree more with that one. So, and congratulations on a great year in 2018, and, you know, 2019 certainly looks like it's going to be as busy or busier. So, thank you very much for the presentation. So, there being no further discussion, we will require a mover for the motion to receive and file this item. Councillor Russell, and all in favor? And that is carried. So we move to item number 7, consent agenda. We have come to the consent portion of the agenda, which has 2 items. Item 7.1, PD-12-19, Lozani Homes sign variance application, and item 7.2, PD-07-19, building activity report from July to September 2018. Would any member like to remove any items from the consent agenda to discuss? Seeing none, we will require a mover for the motion to pass all items on the consent agenda. Councillor Timmers, all in favor? And that is carried. So moving to item number 8, regular agenda, we are now considering item 8.1, PD-13-19, Prudham's Community Improvement Plan Interim Report. Are there any questions from council? Councillor Michalak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to our CAO. With regards to those community improvement programs, the funding, how exactly would that impact us regarding the funding? There's different methods, and if you could go over those methods and what the possible impact would be financially to the town?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I will, why don't I start answering that question, and I think if Kathleen and or Matt have any additions, they can definitely make them. I think in a very simple way, there's 2 ways that you can look at CIPs, and one is the distribution of money in terms of handing out incentives to incentivize further activity. And the second one, and I don't want to presuppose where council will go in the future, is to look at things like tax deferral type programs. And the reason I say that is I think at times with the success of incentive programs, it becomes cost prohibitive to continue to put out money necessarily versus looking at a way to defer payments. And so I think when we come back to you, one of the things we're going to look at, what is the sustainability of the program? What is the best approach to do it? We're going to look at what other municipalities are doing. And I think as you look at various CIPs in various parts of the community, some may lend themselves to certain types of CIPs. And so that will be one of the things that we bring back to you when we look at CIPs in the future, as well as just what is the sustainability of the program. I think you're going to want to know ranges, you're going to want to know set limits, and those are all things that we'll be looking at.
All good? Councillor Rinchima.
Thank you, Chair McPherson. So my question is, I had a quick look through and I didn't see any, so back when we did our mixed use and intensification community improvement plan, there was incentives in there for affordable housing. And I don't see any in here, but maybe I just missed it. So my question is one question. If the developers at Prudham's decided that they wanted to or would consider adding some further or some kind of affordable housing initiative into their development, would that mixed use and intensification community improvement plan be available to them? Because I think I remember that it could be opened up to further areas that are rezoned. So that's one question. Another question, I guess, are there any incentives in there in the Prudham's community improvement plan for affordable housing that I just didn't see?
Ms. Dale?
Okay.
You got that?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So at this point, what is before you is just the interim report. So as part of the interim report, the consultant, based on consultation with the development community, has indicated that their two preferred options are tax increment financing and development charge reduction. The next part of the process will be to look at their criteria that will be established in order to receive those types of grants. So, for example, the mixed-use intensification CIP does allow you to increase the amount of your grant if you provide affordable housing. So at this point, those criteria have not been prepared, but that is one of the options could be, you're providing affordable housing, so you may get, a certain portion of a grant. If you're doing certain sustainability initiatives, that could be a criteria that would make you eligible. So there will be a number of criteria that the applicants will have to meet in order to get the grants. The other thing I also wanted to mention, in building on our CAO's comment, is with a CIP, it's not the intent that within an area that you can incentivize all development, because you normally wouldn't traditionally incentivize stuff that would happen from a marketing point of view anyways. And those are traditionally your medium and low density type of units. What you would probably want to incentivize is things that provide much higher density and mixed use, maybe some employment uses, office uses, things that provide employment as well as provide affordable housing.
Put it on, yep. Go ahead.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak again. So, so what I'm hearing is that, yes, the answer is yes, that the developers at Prudhome's could access incentives within the mixed-use and community, mixed-use and intensification community improvement plan. No.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chairman. The intent of the Prudhome CIP, this is going to be a standalone CIP, so the developers who develop in Prudhome's would only be able to option or be eligible for any incentives set out by the Prudhome's Community Improvement Plan.
Okay, so that was the question I had, because I thought I remembered that that community improvement plan could be expanded to other areas when they're rezoned to a more intense use. So am I remembering that incorrectly? Through you, Mr. Chair.
There you go. You're on.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So when the mixed-use intensification CIP was done, it was based on certain areas, but Prudhome's was not one of the areas that was included as part of that CIP. But there were provisions that additional lands could be added if there was an application approved by council to change the zoning or increase the density. But it was intended for, Beamsville, Vineland, Jordan, for example. The Prudhome CIP was always intended to be a separate CIP, which would have its own incentive programs.
All right, thank you.
And thank you, Director Dale, for that explanation, because that was a similar question I had on my mind was, so we've got a brand-new built area that we have certain expectations of what that will be, and then we're going to incentivize, to do something else or do something more. So I think that spoke to my question was, how do you actually qualify a CIP application? And I'm happy to hear that it's not just you're going to build here, so you're going to get the CIP. You actually we will set out the criteria of what qualifies to get that money and make it very clear to the builder. So great question, and I was thinking the same thing was, here we are, handing money back to the developers, for doing what they should be doing. That's what I kind of had in my mind was, what are we doing? So happy to get that clarification. Thank you. So I seeing no further questions or comments, I need a mover for the motion to accept this report. Mayor Easton, all in favor? That is carried. We're now considering item 8.2 PD-14-19, Animal Care and Control Bylaw Report. Are there any questions from council? Seeing none? Oh, we've got one now. Councillor Timmers?
Just gonna get there.
You're on.
Yep, thank
Yep,
you,
okay.
Chair McPherson. I just had one question. In the report, it said that the RFP is going to be reissued due to new information that's come forward, or is that an appropriate question to ask about
Sure.
the RFP process, and what's the timeline, and maybe through to
Who would like
Mr.
that?
Bruder?
Mr. Bruder? Thank you.
Yep, through you, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, that's correct. So we're looking at reissuing the RFP. Reason being is we went back, we did a little bit more investigations with the Ontario SPCA with regards to the animal cruelty piece. Found out that a little bit of new information with respect to how that works with dispatch and whatnot. So based on that new information, we haven't included it as an actual requirement in the same sense in the RFP now, just based on that information we received. So we're going to be going back out with a revised RFP, looking at actually reissuing it in the next week or so, if that.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, so I have Mayor Easton that would like to
I'm sorry,
chime
Mr.
in.
Chairman. I spoke with Mr. Bruder earlier about an article that I read in the Ontario Farmer about the OSPCA and revisions that needed to be made. And I'm bringing it up because of the area under livestock. And I just want to understand better, because I don't believe that process is done, but I just want to understand better how it fits in with this. He explained a little bit to me, but we do have livestock in the community, and I wanted to know whether or not that's going to impact this policy. I have to find the section again, but anyway, that's my question. Will it affect, because I think they're still working on it.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The animal care and control bylaw, when it speaks to livestock, it typically what the main ingredients are is it's just pertaining to whether or not a particular land is zoned to have livestock on the property. It doesn't necessarily get into kind of the handling and all the other things that go along with livestock, because a lot of that is still regulated by OMAFRA. So I don't see it being as much of an impact to this particular bylaw.
Okay, that's fine, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make the point.
Thank you.
Very much.
So I'm looking for a mover for the recommendation that council approve a new animal care and control bylaw as outlined in Appendix A, and that bylaws 08-92 and 2013-09 be repealed. Do I have a mover? Councillor Timmers. And those in favor? That is carried. We are now considering item 8.3 PD-16-19, proposed changes to the growth plan. Are there any questions from council? Let me get there, because I think I had one or two. I'm going to ask a question. In the report, they talk about corridors, and they talk about the QEW, and they talk about Ontario Street, I believe. Does that mean that we could potentially see development along the QEW corridor, being the North or South Service Road through to Melissa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the province did indicate support in major transportation corridors, which includes QEW and major interchanges for employment uses. However, they have not changed the policy surrounding expansion into settlement, into greenbelt areas. So one of the recommendations we've made is for them to allow us to look into areas where it makes sense to expand into greenbelt areas to allow employment area designations in the greenbelt.
So it's still the trump card is the green belt. The trump
Yes.
card is absolutely the green belt, and to some extent, an Ira Escarpment Commission. And until those three are in alignment, which, who knows if that will happen, but that's when we would see potentially opening up for some industrial lands, potentially along the major corridors, as we see, you know, all the way through to Stony Creek and Hamilton, that type of thing, potentially.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, okay. No other questions? Oh, I'm sorry, Mary Easton.
Mr.
Over to
Chairman,
you.
I'm very glad that you asked that question because right away we may be on the on opposite sides of the
Okay.
fence. But that's okay. I think the question is very important because we could be marketing it also as high-end prestige agriculture with value-added elements. Mr. Chairman, I have a question around, through you to Ms. Dale. I'm not too sure why I have to keep asking this question, but I cannot get it through my head. I don't understand whether density yet, and I'm sure you've told us, is density determined on each piece of land? And whatever those numbers are, whether it's 40 or whether it's 80, does it mean that each development has to meet those requirements? Or is Prudham's really sucking up the density? Can I tell you the answer I want you to give me?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So these numbers that the province puts in the growth plan, whether it's, you know, 60 or 80 or 50 or whatever the number's going to be, it keeps going up and down and changing. It's intended to apply to the municipality as a whole. The other thing to keep in mind, the official plan also has some areas that are designated for medium and high density. And those areas have specific policies that have some density targets. But I would have to say that the bulk of your intensification is probably going to happen in the Prudham's area as far as development goes, because a lot of the other development in town is more of a, you know, infilling redevelopment. So the bulk of it will be in Prudham's.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, there isn't anybody here, so could we just use the example that came forward tonight? And if we decided as a council or a committee that the density was higher than is palatable for us, and it went to the LPAT, how would we stand in regard to that? I'm talking about Vineland.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the thing to keep in mind about the Better Neighborhoods application is a component of that is designated medium density. So in the town's official plan, there is a minimum density established and a maximum density established. So, I mean, there's other things you have to look at as part of an application. If it was purely a density argument, if they were to do a development within that range, LPAT would probably lean towards the policies in the official plan.
Okay, all right. Not the answer I wanted, but that's okay. Mr. Chairman, on page 187, up at the top, it says that there are no proposed provincially significant employment zones in Niagara. Therefore, all employment lands in Lincoln would be eligible for potential conversion without an MCR. And I think I need some examples of lands that might be impacted because I don't understand that statement.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
I'd just like to clarify, the provincially significant employment zones are specially designated areas by the province throughout the GTA. And if lands are designated provincially significant employment, then they won't be eligible for employment conversion without an MCR. But in general, all other employment lands would be potentially eligible for conversion if they're suitable for that possible conversion.
Okay, so what would we, I'm very sorry that I passed over you. I'm just not used to you being table machine. Thank you very much. But what lands are we talking about here? What would be
Through
an
you, Mr.
example?
Chair. So the proposed provincially significant employment lands are large swaths of lands. There aren't any in Niagara region that are proposed, only primarily in Toronto, Mississauga, through to Hamilton. So within the Niagara region, there wouldn't be any proposal for these such lands. But our currently designated employment lands are still employment lands and would have to go through a process to be converted.
Okay, so our agricultural land in no way is considered employment land?
That's correct. This is employment industrial office type land.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Pachariva.
Thank you, Chairman. On the same page that the mayor was just on, it says that we're giving feedback to the province, and we've got 6 bullet points there. Through you, just wondering if one of them, consideration of looping of municipal water services. So knowing that there's dead-end services in a couple of these, looping them that whole, delivering water would reduce the amount of flushing and chlorination. And there are maybe 4 areas that if those services would loop, it might reduce any potential risk. If that's an item we might consider.
Anybody on staff want to take that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe, I think it might be a little bit separate of an issue than from the growth plan and dealing with employment lands and whatnot. I think what you might be talking about is the provision of these services, the looping of these services within the green belt, and just being able to do that in certain areas. But I think that's a little bit a separate point from what we're considering with respect to employment lands and whether or not they need to go through an MCR and that whole process.
Well, it was just like the first two, sorry.
Are you off again?
I turned it off because I thought I was done.
You're on again.
I'm on again. Because the first 2 bullet points kind of, fully serviced land contiguous, and then we talk about Prudham's East. And then the lands which round out. So these are also rounding out and making the service contiguous. So it's just another, maybe with consultation with Mr. Graham, it might just be another arrow you could use, so.
So I do have a couple more questions, and I do want to comment on the report itself and compliment the report on laying out the policy, then laying out the implication to the town. That was, I think, very well done to give us, kind of somewhat that Coles Notes version of a very, much larger document. So very nicely done there. I do have a question with regards to, on page 183, it's stated here, under the implication to the town, that the proposed policy might allow the town to address provincial mapping of agricultural lands that are not suitable for production, such as Prudham's, east of Jordan Harbor, and the Jordan Public Schools site. So is that going to be part of our response, or is that a separate application that we would make after this is done? Through you to Ms. Shi? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we will include that as part of our feedback to seek clarification on what type of flexibility there is to address agricultural mapping. And as well, we'll be working with the region on a joint submission for comment as well. And I'll be meeting with regional in area municipality staff to discuss the agricultural mapping piece, because
Good,
they're heavily
good.
involved.
Thank you. And just one further question. There's comment about, we support the proposed amendment, which increases from 500 meters to 800 meters, which we just talked about. So does this change our GO Station secondary plan at all? Or have we got that covered? The 800 meters we've got covered in the current plan?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, so when we did the secondary plan, it actually was included in an 800-meter
Excellent.
radius.
Okay. Very good. All right then, any further question? Yes, we do. Mayor Easton.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And I just want to extend on your question because I think that was a good one. And we keep talking about this, but I'm really hoping that we'll stop talking about it and take those, there are some challenges that I think could be made. What do we need to do to start putting some of those in front of the ministry? Because we could be waiting for a long time. I think it's been over a year. I remember last year at the region, we talked about this, and some suggestion was made then that we start challenging, and I think we were waiting for this work to be done. So I have to say, I'm in favor of getting on with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, so, do you want to reply to that? I do. Yes, thank you. So, through to you, Ms. Dale.
Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, through you, I think it was last week, Mr. Deanne and myself attended one of these sessions on the growth plan, and staff have arranged a meeting with ministry staff. So as part of not only, at the staff level and working with the region, we're also trying to come at it at the ministry level as well to kind of drive our point home.
Okay, so, well, I'm hoping that.
Let me push
thank
your,
you very
push your
much.
button again. Push your button.
Thank you very much, and I'm hoping that Mr. Kirkopoulos is going to be even more bold, because I would like to see some motions coming forward for us to support some of these applications.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I think the comment I'd make to the mayor's question and/or suggestion would be that I think, when we have and we will be having, I think, very specific applications come forward for various developments, that is really the time when we can start actually sitting down, entering into negotiations, and having that conversation with the province. I think when they see that there's an application before them, and then we put the rationale in place, I think that's more likely where you're going to get some movement, should there be any movement. Now, again, we're going to have to be I think, strategic and cognizant of what development and what application comes forward, but a number come to mind in a few areas where I think we may be able to have success on a one-off basis.
So just further clarification on that. So, in the current situation, we've got properties that we've identified that the owner of the property knows the zoning and knows what they're up against, so they're probably not going to bring a plan forward just because it's the Greenbelt, and we're not, so to your comment, how does that work?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I mean, maybe to, I don't want to necessarily highlight any specific properties, but let's suggest there were some within that broader Prudhome's precinct that currently falls within the Greenbelt, but notwithstanding that allows us to do some development. I think those are ones where you'd be able to challenge the province potentially and address, I think, some issues. There's some issues that are very specific or what I would call granular around building on existing footprints, for example. Not necessarily densities, not necessarily some other issues, but looking at an existing footprint. To me, it's, what is the definition of that? It's starting to have these conversations between planning staff at our level, at the regional level, and then subsequently at the provincial level and starting to get into details like that. That's not going to apply to all properties. I would say there also has to be an economic jobs and other benefits that come with a particular development. So it won't be the same I think, approach or the same tactic that we would take on every development, but there will be ones that absolutely make a lot more sense, that are on that cusp or on that periphery, or find themselves, requiring a different look than a typical application.
Okay, and I do like Ms. Shee's idea of putting forth these properties specifically in our response. I do support that. So, no further comments. I'm looking for a mover for a recommendation that we receive report PD-16-19 on the proposed amendment to the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, and direct staff to forward comment and advice preliminarily outlined in this report to the province for consideration into the final proposed amendment to the growth plan, and direct staff to forward a copy of this report to the Niagara Region for inclusion in their municipal comprehensive review. Those in favor, I have a mover, Councillor Pachariva, and those in favor, and that is carried. Okay, so that concludes that section of the agenda, and we now move into confidential items. We have one confidential item to consider this evening. Can I get a mover to move into closed session for the purposes of, under Section 239 of the Municipal Act, notice is hereby given that committee adjourn to closed session in order to address item 8.1 on the agenda regarding a litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose as it pertains to property in the town of Lincoln. Do we have a mover for that? Councillor Russell, all in favor? And we are in closed session. Back onto open session, so there being no further discussion, we require a mover for the motion to receive and file item 9.1. Counselor Pachariva is our mover. All in favor? And we have that carried. So, we are getting near the end, folks. Staff remarks, are there any staff remarks this evening? All done? Committee remarks, any committee remarks tonight? I'm seeing everybody's remarked out. All right, and before I adjourn, I would thank the council and all the staff here for a very engaging evening. You know, I think there was a lot of meaty agenda items tonight, and thank you for your attention right through until almost 10:30. So the meeting is adjourned.